we'll see how it goes. Just a few housekeeping items before we get started. Please mute your cell phones. Pardon me. If you need a parking sticker to park for free in the Civic Center garage, please get one at the desk that you passed on your way in. Also, if you want to speak on any item, please sign in at the desk that you passed when you came in. We for first timers, we have a rule that we take public comment for up to 1 hour per item on our agenda. And if we don't have a real tight agenda, we usually waive that. We do have a really, really, really full agenda tonight. In fact, we're projecting that if we do this whole agenda anyway, we would adjourn after midnight. So you and me both on that one. So we're going to try not to do that. So we're going to try to move things along. I just want you to know. We'll probably see people continue to come in throughout the evening to speak on other items on the agenda. So we will try to make sure we every effort to get to everyone, but just so you know, it's a very full agenda. And speaking of a long meeting, the manager of the Harris Cherokee here, Chris Corral, says that there is a snack bar open downstairs tonight because Reynolds High School is having their band concert here. So as long as that's going on, you might be able to get some snacks. All right. Our Vice Mayor, Shanika Smith, is with us virtually by phone or by voice here. I'm pointing because you're going to hear her voice come from above. So she is participating in this meeting. She, for health reasons, is unable to attend here in person tonight. So first, what we're going to need a motion to allow her to participate remotely, but first we're going to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. So can I have a motion to allow the Vice Mayor to participate remotely?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. And because of her remote participation, we will be doing roll call votes once again. So yeah, I know you're all excited about that. I will go over here and Councilwoman Mosley.
Aye.
Councilwoman Turner.
Aye.
And Vice Mayor.
Aye.
Okay. Myself, aye. Councilwoman Whistler.
Aye.
Councilwoman Kilgore.
Aye.
And Councilwoman Roney.
Aye.
Okay, we now the Vice Mayor can participate remotely. Next, we have the consent agenda. I do know that we need to pull item D. Is there any other item that council has questions, comments regarding, or a motion? Make sure you got your mic on.
Item C, I just want to make comment. So this is around the aesthetics around the first portion of I-26. I just want to thank and I think Councilwoman Roney would back me up on this, thank the I-26 committee that has been working for several years, monthly meetings, making diagrams, putting things together to come up with very thoughtful, good ideas around these aesthetics and being very thoughtful about how much money this might cost the city. So I just wanted to publicly thank that group.
Thank you. I extend thanks as well.
All right, any other questions or comments or a motion to adopt the consent agenda minus item D?
This is Sage, I'll move.
Ms. Gwen, I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We do not have anyone signed up to speak under the consent agenda, so I'll do a roll call vote. Councilwoman Mosley.
Aye.
Councilwoman Turner.
Aye.
Vice Mayor.
Aye.
Myself, aye. Councilwoman Whistler?
Aye.
Councilwoman Kilgore?
Aye.
And Councilwoman Roney?
Aye.
Okay, so we have adopted the consent agenda minus item D. On item D, I know Nikki Reed is here, might be able to help us with this item, but did you want to go ahead and say
Sure,
something?
I'm happy to speak to this. So this is a project with a substantial amount of deep affordability, and it was begun some time ago, many years ago, and because of the duration, has seen some changes in policy and time and staff working on it. And so we've been able to hammer out most of the issues, but one last item of particular is of concern to me, and that is, if you're looking at the document, it would be the 5th bullet point from the list of bullets. Specifically, it says, the city intends to structure this term as an initial 5-year term with the option to extend the lease for another 2 5-year periods at the sole discretion of the city. My understanding and discussions from the development team is that this was originally a 15-year term, and I understand that I don't believe we have even any correspondence pointing back to that, but in good faith, I would like to suggest that we change that to structure this as an initial 10-year term with one option to extend the lease for another 5-year period, and for this option to be at the discretion of the tenant or the lessee, not the lessor or the city in this case.
Nikki, do you want to say anything about any issues there?
I just want to comment that, yes, lease terms are often subject to the negotiation between the city and the entity. And again, we do our due diligence as much as possible to try to come to the best agreement. It is ultimately at the discretion of council, however, to the final terms.
Thank you.
Sage, I would just like to make a friendly amendment that the 5-year be both. Yeah, that it's both to the lessor and the lessee.
That's fine.
to
And then
make the
I think there's 4 following bullet points that refer to some of the language around that, and I would just look to Mr. Branham to make sure those are still intact. I don't think they need to change because they speak to 10 plus.
I don't believe that'll be a problem. I think that the primary change here will be an allowance for a duration of an initial 10-year period with a mutually agreeable option of an additional 5 years beyond that, and the remaining terms will simply be corresponding to that particular duration.
That's great. Thank you. So do we need a separate motion for that, and can we just make that the motion?
Yes and yes.
Great. I move to what Mr. Branham said.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, great. We have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments before we do a roll call vote? Okay, I'll try to rotate this. Just bear with me here. Okay, so Councilwoman Turner.
Aye.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
Aye.
Myself, aye. Councilwoman Whistler.
Aye.
Councilwoman Kilgore.
Aye.
And Councilwoman Roney.
Aye.
And Councilwoman Mosley.
Aye.
Okay, good. All right. Okay, we are done with the consent agenda, and there is not a mass exodus of staff, because next we're going to hear the manager's budget. And let me just say, from a process standpoint, tonight is the night where we hear a presentation of the manager's budget. We've had many, many work sessions, which I'm sure Tony's going to recap for us, talking about all the pieces of this budget. And we don't take public comment tonight. The formal public hearing on the budget will be at the next meeting, and then the actual vote on the budget will be at the meeting after that. And I'm handing it off to you, City Manager.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members, staff, and the Asheville community. We've reached an important milestone in the budget process. Tonight, staff will be presenting the manager's proposed fiscal year 2022-2023 budget. But before we dive into the details of the budget, I want to take a few minutes to thank our incredibly, hardworking staff. As you know, the budget process takes a village with input provided by staff in all of our city departments. I want to also acknowledge and thank staff in our finance department for the patience they have demonstrated throughout this process, but especially for their professionalism and technical advice. Specifically, I would like to acknowledge the work of Finance Director Tony McDowell and the staff in the Budget Division, including Taylor Floyd, Heather Curry, and Abigail Riley. I want to also thank you, Mayor and Council, for your service to this great city and for your time, for the input and guidance you have provided us thus far in this process. Next slide. So shortly, Tony McDowell and Taylor Floyd will be presenting the details of the manager's proposed budget. A lot of the information that will be presented has already been shared with you over the past several work sessions, as the mayor noted. So forgive us for being repetitive, but in case there are people in the community who are seeing or hearing this budget presentation for the first time, we wanted to provide the background, context, and rationale for the recommendations. They will provide background information on the process, present key elements of the 2022-2023 manager's recommended budget, and share next steps in the process. Next slide, please. As you know, I encourage staff to begin with the end in mind when we present information to you and the community by including a slide with key takeaways. Please refer to the slide for the Reader's Digest version of the key takeaways. Tonight, however, I would like to embellish just a little in terms of the key messages about this proposed budget and presentation. This proposed budget has been prepared in accordance with the North Carolina General Statute, Section 159-11. The recommendations included in this balanced and fiscally responsible proposed budget are based on available resources, council's priorities, internal work completed by staff throughout the organization, as well as information gathered and work completed in prior budget processes. This proposed budget, which totals $216.9 million, recommends no change to the current property tax rate. Funds employees' compensation adjustment that reflect inflation in the labor market and local cost of living increases while building upon the Archer compensation study recommendations that were implemented in the current fiscal year. Continues funding core community services in a time of rising costs and provides additional investments in key core service areas in alignment with council's priorities, and strategically utilizes fund balance and American Rescue Plan funding to advance council's priorities and balance the budget. The last 2 years have brought many challenges, but we have continued to work together to overcome those challenges. As we look ahead to next fiscal year, I'm very excited by the opportunity to work with council, staff, and the community to move ahead with the key initiatives recommended in this budget that we believe will improve internal operations, but more importantly, enhance the lives of people who live, work, play, and do business in the city of Asheville. Next slide. Thanks again, and now I'd like to turn the presentation over to our Finance Director, Tony McDowell.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell, and good evening, Mayor and City Council, and thank you, Ms. Campbell, for the opening and the kind words as well. And it truly has been, as always, a team effort, both in the Finance Department and throughout the city, with department directors and key contacts throughout the city working with us on the budget over the last 6 months or so. So it's very exciting to come to tonight. It's not quite the conclusion of a journey for us, but it is a very important milestone each year. So I'm going to go through the first part of the presentation tonight, and then I'm going to turn it over to Taylor Floyd, and he's going to cover the second half. And I apologize, I have some allergy issues, and my voice gets really dry and feel like I'm coughing at times. So you may see me hit the water a few times. But I'm going to start by going over, and I'm going to see if for some reason my clicker is not working. So I'm going to start by covering the budget process and give you all a quick summary of the budget. So as Ms. Campbell indicated, we've been working with you all on the budget now for several months. We started with our council budget work sessions back in February of this year. But as I indicated, work on the budget really started many months before that at the staff level. We held a department director retreat in December, which really was kind of the kickoff for the budget process internally for us. and gathered a lot of really helpful information at that retreat that helped guide us throughout the rest of the process this year. So again, this is the timeline. We've had 3 work sessions where we've talked to you all about the budget. We talked to you all at the council retreat, and we're here tonight with the proposed budget. We'll be back to you all on June 14th for the public hearing, and then final adoption of the budget is June 28th. So just a quick summary, and I won't go through all of this, but this is kind of some of the key highlights of the items that we covered at some of the earlier work sessions. We spent a great deal of time talking to you all about our financial position, both this year and doing projections into next year as well. We also talked to you all about our capital improvement program and our capital improvement planning process. And we also gave you all some updates on some of our existing capital projects. And you all heard a presentation at your retreat about the comprehensive facility assessment that we're doing as well right now, which is going to guide our future capital investments. And you heard about the Pinto and those kinds of analogies there. So I'm still hurting over the applause there, but anyway. So again, I won't go through all of these. All the presentations from these work sessions are available on our website. And also you could view these sessions on YouTube as well. So if anyone from the community hasn't been following along in the budget process so far this year, encourage you to look back and see some of the topics we covered earlier in the process. So this is a slide we showed you all at, I think, maybe even the first work session this year, but I wanted to show it again because I think it does do a really good job of summarizing kind of the 4 key components of this year's process. And, we talked a lot about the internal process, the work we've done with departments, and our attempt to focus on neighborhood level information and data-informed decision-making. As Ms. Campbell indicated, this budget process also reflects a lot of the input that we've gained over the last few years in our community engagement work that we've done, specifically the work that started around reimagining public safety, and then the work that Mr. Floyd and his team continued last year during the budget process. And of course, council priorities, and I'll go over those priorities in a few slides, but those really provided the blueprint for us this year as we developed the budget that we're bringing you all tonight. And then finally, the last piece there, the financial management piece, and again, that's what Ms. Campbell alluded to as well, that we are bringing you all a financially sustainable budget. We believe it's a budget that balances strategic investments with financial impact on the community and has us living within our own resources. So it wouldn't be a budget presentation if we didn't have a table full of numbers. So this is the first of those. Hopefully we won't have too many of those for you all. But as Ms. Campbell indicated, our total proposed budget for next year is $216.9 million, which is about an 8% increase over the current year budget. The presentation on this slide shows the budget broken down by fund. As you all know, the general fund is our main operating fund for the city, which includes many of the traditional government services such as police and fire and garbage collection, street maintenance. And then we have 6 enterprise funds, which function more like businesses that are supported in some part or in whole by fees. And so again, you can see the overall budget is $216 million, I'm sorry. General fund budget is $158 million. It's up about 9% compared to the current year. The enterprise funds, if you look across those, the water fund is up about 10%. A lot of that has to do with additional investment in operating costs and also debt service. And then the rest of our enterprise funds, the stormwater, Harrah's Cherokee Center Asheville, and street cut are pretty much flat compared to the current year. You do see some decreases in transit and parking, and Taylor will go over some of the details on that during his section of the presentation. Taking just a quick deeper dive into the general fund. Again, this is our main operating fund for the city. Just wanted to highlight again some of the major areas of the general fund budget and some of the major changes from last fiscal year. So if you look at this slide, you can see that the AFD, the Asheville Fire Department, the Asheville Police Department make up about $66 million of the total general fund budget. And so that's approximately 40% of our overall general fund budget. And then you can see on the right a table, again, showing some of the major changes compared to the current year. And that other category at the top there actually is primarily just reflecting us moving some, adding some new departments and moving some things around within the existing budget. For example, the new department, the community and regional recreation facility department is in that group. That department was mostly moved out of the Parks and Recreation Department. It also includes, the other category also includes the funding for the 911 consolidation contract, which again moves some funding out of police and into the other category. The other large increase there is in the actual fire department, and that really has to do with us adjusting their budget based on some overtime trends we've seen in recent years, and also fully budgeting the first year costs for the new firefighters for the Broadway Public Safety Station, which is going to be opening sometime around January of 2023. So, and we've shown council this slide before. So before we kind of get into the new investments that we're proposing for next year, we wanted to kind of give you a financial snapshot of how much money we had available to fund some of those new resources and kind of where it came from. So on the revenue side, we saw total revenue growth of about 11.4 million. A lot of that came from really continued strong sales tax revenue performance. We've seen sales taxes outperform our budget estimates in each of the last 2 fiscal years. We also have some additional revenue from council-approved fee increases. And again, that total was about 11.4 million. Our baseline expense growth, and again, these are expenses that are a part of our existing budget. It's not adding anything new. It's just covering things like inflation and items like that. That was around 6.8 million. So when we began to finalize the budget over the last few weeks, we were looking at about $4.6 million in available resources to fund new investments for FY23. So now in the next section, we're going to cover some of those. I'm going to start and go over the proposed compensation adjustments, and then Taylor will follow up with some of the operating adjustments or operating investments, as well as talk about our enterprise funds and our capital improvement program. But before we kind of get into the proposal itself for compensation, we wanted to show this slide. These are our guiding principles, and this is something that when Ms. Campbell arrived here 4 years ago, she asked us to develop some overarching guiding principles for us to think about every year as we go through the budget process. And we haven't shown this slide, I don't think, this year as part of any of our other presentations, but we highlighted this in the manager's message, and we wanted to highlight it again tonight, that these really are the 3 key components of the things that we evaluate and look at and think about as we're putting together the manager's proposed budget each year. And then the other key blueprint, if you will, for the budget, and I mentioned this earlier, are the council priorities. And these reflect the priorities that you all established and updated at your retreat back in March. And I won't go through these, but again, as we go through the presentation over the next few slides, and particularly as Taylor goes through some of our new investments, he's going to highlight how those new investments are tied to each of these council priorities. So again, I'm going to cover the compensation piece, and so I'll jump into that. So, but before we get to the recommendation for next fiscal year, we did just want to take a moment to kind of look back at the compensation adjustments that we've made over the last several fiscal years. And really prior to 2020, we had a history of doing a 2.5% across the board increase each year. Then in May of 2020, as we were finishing up the first phase of the Archer compensation study, we made some adjustments to bring every employee up to a minimum salary of $31,200, which included not only adjustments to bring folks up to that level, but also some adjustments as well to deal with compression that arose from that particular adjustment. Unfortunately, in July of that year, we were unable to do any additional adjustments because of the COVID pandemic and the uncertainty about where our revenues were headed. We did mid-year in 2020, in December of 2020, we were able to do a one-time payment utilizing some salary savings and some CARES Act money for our on-site and frontline employees. And then finally, in July of last fiscal year, council voted to implement and fund the Archer compensation study. And that study involved some fairly significant adjustments to our public safety pay plans. It also brought all employees up to either the Archer recommended minimum level for their pay grade or a 2.5% increase, whichever was greater. And then in addition to that, in November of this year, we made some additional adjustments in AFD to reflect some of the compression that arose with the initial adjustments that we made in July. And just to remind council and everyone, the total cost of those adjustments in July of 2021 was about $7.9 million. So it was a significant investment in staff and in pay here for our employees. And about 4.4 million of that 7.9 went for the adjustments that I mentioned in the public safety pay plan. So our recommendation for next year, so it really has four key components to it. The first being we're recommending salary adjustments that will bring all of our full-time employees up to an annual salary of at least $35,360. We'll also make some additional adjustments in those particular pay grades that are impacted by that adjustment to make sure that we don't exacerbate any of our compression issues that we currently have in our pay plan. For everyone who doesn't get an adjustment under either of those first two bullets, you'll get a 5% increase if you've been here, if you were here before December 31 of 2021, or 2.5% increase if you've been hired in calendar year 2022. And then finally, we don't have any specific numbers or recommendations for you all to consider tonight, but we are continuing to review some additional options that will help us with recruiting and retaining our employees. So again, another slide with some numbers on it. So just want to give you all kind of a snapshot of what the impact of the change I was talking about on the previous slide looks like. So we really have four kind of major pay groups here at the city. We have hourly employees, what we call non-exempt. We have salaried employees. We have employees on the fire pay plan, and we have employees on the police pay plan. And again, these are really all the kind of the four major full-time pay groups. And you can see from this chart that we currently have 61 employees out of our employee base of about 1,150 total employees that earn less than the $35,360 a year. And all those employees are in the hourly group. There are no employees in either the salary group or on the fire pay plan or the police pay plan that currently earn less than $35,360. So the bulk of the adjustments, at least for bringing folks up to $35,360, will happen in that hourly pay group, and we'll also be making adjustments there for compression as well. So what does that look like from a cost perspective? Again, there's four major pay groups on this slide, and you can see the cost of the adjustments that we're proposing for each of those groups. In the general fund, and we shared this information last week, that the total approximate cost of the adjustments is $4.9 million. In the enterprise funds, it's about $1.7 million. And again, you all can see that the bulk of the cost and the bulk of the change is happening in that hourly group, the non-exempt group, and it will bring everyone up to $35,360. And then just another snapshot in terms of how this is impacting our employees. So this shows how that investment on the previous slide is split across our employee base. And you can see that if you look at the group, the top three rows there, folks earning $60,000 and less, the impact there is about $3.6 million out of the total of about $6.6 million. So a significant portion of the investment in salaries next year is going to folks who currently earn less than $60,000 a year. And then I think this may be my last slide before I turn it over to Taylor. I did want to mention just quickly some of the other benefits here at the city, and I wanted to mention this for a couple reasons. One is we do have some changes in additional costs arising here, but also just kind of wanted to point out the additional benefits that full-time employees here at the city receive. The first of which is the state retirement contribution. The city itself puts in a contribution equivalent to right around 12% of an employee's salary every year, 13% for law enforcement. And that contribution is going up again. The state has mandated, I think this is maybe the 7th year in a row that the state has mandated that employers increase that contribution, and that is having about a $1 million increase or impact on our budget for next year. And then the only other thing I would want to highlight here on this slide is health and dental insurance. And we are very fortunate in that we've had really good trends with our health and dental costs over the last few years. And so we are not recommending any increases to either the employee or the employer contributions to health and dental next year. And I think that'll be the 5th year in a row that we've been able to keep those costs flat as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Taylor and Mayor. I don't know if you wanted us to finish going through all the slides before we entertain questions, or I'm happy to take any questions on the section I've covered.
I'm sure, okay. We were debating a question. I have a question. I had been hearing around the living wage, $17 versus $17.70 is, I guess I heard that the difference to move from 17 to 1770 would cost us around $600,000 a year. But I was just kind of doing the math with your presentation in front of me, and I come up with about $100,000. Granted, I don't know the benefit cost and the taxes and so on. So even if it's rounded up, is there additional compression issues that would be addressed that would move it to 600,000? Or has that number been updated from 600,000 to something else?
No, it's still 600 for full annual cost. And it's a combination of things. It is a combination of, again, moving folks from, I think, 35,397 up to 36. It is some additional compression adjustments, as you mentioned. And it's also moving our temp and seasonal folks as well from 17 to 1770. So it's really those three components that add up to that additional cost of about 600,000.
Thank you.
Adding to that, I'm really curious how we talk about affordability of housing as an organization being a priority if we leave a living wage policy behind. If we don't get to 1770 this year and make that hard decision like hundreds of living wage employers are doing in our community to get to that living wage, then we're gonna see, because it's based on a 4-year housing cost, that 4th year of 2019 housing cost is gonna fall out of the equation, and we're gonna be way behind the step that we would need to make next year to get to living wages. I'm concerned about what that does for us as a leader in the region, or as a major employer. And I'm concerned about what it means for our staff to leave behind the living wage policy. So that's one of my concerns. Additionally, I have 3 other, but I wanted to start with the gear slide. And I know this isn't the nitty gritty, but the process summary. In the past, I've been concerned that equity was like on the far side, and now it's just gone. And I wondered, I know that we're talking a lot in this body and as an organization about how equity needs to be woven into everything that we do, but now it's not even in our process summary named. And so I wonder what we could do before we vote on this to really look at how equity has been layered into our process, specifically addressing disparities in our budget. So in addition to affordability, the 3 other issues I have, one is we have a stated climate emergency. So our climate justice initiative, we've already heard initial engagement through Marisol Jimenez of Tepeyac Consulting that food security and stormwater issues are key issues for neighborhood resiliency. And the Urban Forestry Master Plan, as repeatedly recommended by the Urban Forestry Commission, is one of our best chances to address our living infrastructure of our tree canopy, which will address our stormwater issues. So if we're not gonna fund the Urban Forestry Master Plan this budget, what is our plan to get it funded this year? Are our grant programs prepared to take on a pursuit of funding?
So some of this is going to come up. Do we want to finish the presentation and then do all of the, I just ask because I assume at the end we'll need to give our kind of collective feedback.
Sure, we can wait.
Yeah, you make good points. I just want to make sure, because I know we're going to now move through each of the topic areas.
Thank you all.
Is that all right? Is that, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Good evening, Council. Taylor Floyd, Budget Manager. As Tony said, I'm going to kind of walk through some additional, more operating focused investments, and they're kind of, they are organized around your council priorities We are also going to mention some ongoing investments, things that are included in the budget but aren't necessarily new for this proposed budget for the next fiscal year. So starting with equitable and affordable housing and stability, we have several ongoing investments there. Our partnership with Buncombe County that we started last year on a homeowner grant program, our continuing work on the affordable housing general obligation bonds, an ongoing $500,000 to the Housing Trust Fund. We actually did increase the land use incentive grants based on previously approved grants this year. We have development fee rebates we offer to affordable housing. And then we also manage some federal money, including now some ARPA funds that goes towards affordable housing as well. The notable additional investment included in this year's proposed budget is a study for the missing middle. So that's kind of that middle of the road townhouses, duplexes, triplexes, things that we think are missing in our housing stock currently. So on houselessness strategies, again, on several ongoing things that we've been working on, from leading the continuum of care work to homelessness outreach that we partnership with Homeward Bound to provide. New investments include homelessness strategy project specialist, so that's a new staff member that will be devoted to this work. In addition, we have funded Code Purple sheltering, I think, over the last 2 winters with some grant funding, but we're including that in our operating funding for next year. Improving and expanding core services. This one's a hard one to kind of capture the totality of that within our existing operating budget, because I think that really does hit on almost everything that we do, from public safety to sanitation to water, maintaining city infrastructure. And then we also did include some things that specifically were you all recommended for funding through the American Rescue Plan. That includes some inclusive and accessible government work that our CAPE is doing, some contracted litter and cleanliness that will be managed by our sanitation division, and modernization and upgrades for downtown restroom facilities. So recommended new investments in our core services include some support for GIS work to be able to do better mapping, an HR information system, web-based budget document, some sanitation and waste reduction enhancements, which are covered by a fee increase that you all previously approved. And then we also have emergency operations plan and continuity of operations plan, so some emergency preparedness planning, and a disparity study to allow us to continue our policy around contracting. Neighborhood resilience, again, is another one that I think touches a lot of the work that we do in the city. A lot of that work happens in CAPE and in our equity and inclusion office. The Climate Justice Initiative, another example of that. And then also some of our kind of more capital related stuff like neighborhood sidewalk program and our traffic calming work. We also just wanted to mention an expanded evening and weekend hours at our recreation centers. That's something that was funded in the previous, or in the current budget, I guess I should say. And, continuing with some of that expansion, we have after-school programming that's being expanded over this summer. We also are including recommending additional increases in our traffic signs and pavement markings. And we are hoping to be able to relocate our parks maintenance facility, which is currently at Hunt Hill in the East End neighborhood. We're looking to lease a new facility and move that out of that neighborhood, which was intended to be a temporary location. As I think has been mentioned, our reimagining public safety work has been ongoing, I think, for the last couple of years. Probably the most significant change over the last year was the consolidation of 911 operations with the county. We did several things in 2 previous budget cycles, including some additional training for the police department, shifting noise ordinance and animal control enforcement to development services, expanding our Office of Data and Performance. And we are also, again, I think as previously mentioned, working on a new public safety station in North Asheville. New investments in this area include an EMT pay supplement for fire staff that have that certification, some additional security cameras for parks and recreation facilities, and some contracted background checks in the police department that will allow their staff to provide services in the community.
On the EMT pay supplement, I think I read in the budget document that was specifically to enhance our ability to manage overdose calls. Is that what that money's earmarked
Yeah,
for?
so we do currently have staff in the fire department that have that certification, but they are not provided anything extra. So it's really just a way for us to try to incentivize staff to have those that capability to respond to those types
So
of
to
calls.
increase the number of folks, okay, thank you.
And finally, on reparations, I think there was earlier this week another meeting of the commission. We initially, or you all initially, reserved $2.1 million right at the end of last fiscal year for reparations, and we are, awaiting those recommendations from the commission. We have proposed an additional $365,000 in next year's budget, and that would really replenish or bring that 2.1 back to that number. We use some of that to do some contracting and other work that the commission's undertaking to fund that work. So with that, I will slide back into some of the numbers. Again, just as a reminder, saw this slide earlier, total growth of 11.4 million on the revenue side and 6.8 of expenditures leaves us with 4.6 million in available new resources. Looking at how we fund all of those proposed recommendations, the salary recommendation that Tony discussed is about 4.9 million, and then the total of all of those additional new investments is 1.7, which leaves us with 2 million that we need to find. And our recommended strategy for funding that 2 million is to appropriate $400,000 in fund balance and utilize $1.6 million in American Rescue Plan funding, again, to fund that $2 million. So shifting over to the enterprise funds, Tony kind of mentioned, I think, most of the changes here in the enterprise funds from the fund level. Again, water resources and stormwater had fee increases. So that's why those are up. The Harris, Cherokee Center, Asheville, and Street Cut utility funds are more or less business as usual. And then we actually have some reductions in transit and parking, which I will go into now. And again, we provided this information, I believe, at your last work session. But just as a reminder, in the parking fund, we have an overall reduction of 1.5 million. And that's primarily due to lower expected garage revenues. We have really high uncertainty on the trends there. We're hoping to see that improve, but we're trying to be conservative on that side. And as a result, we've had to reduce their operating expenses, including and capital and their support of the transit fund just to balance the fund. So the primary places where those reductions are again, that parking capital, going down from 500,000 in the current year to 150,000. And then the transit support being reduced from 1.6 million to 1 million. And again, hopefully, if the operations and the revenue in the parking fund do improve and we see substantial improvement, we can make adjustments to one or both of those transfers mid-year next year. On the transit fund side, we do actually have a increase to fund our additional funding to fund an increase in driver pay, but we are not including funding for any service expansions in the next fiscal year. And again, due to that transfer from parking being reduced by $600,000, we're actually looking at utilizing some transit-specific, or excuse me, some general American Rescue Plan funding to help balance the fund. The general fund support of transit is going to remain the same as the current year at $6.9 million. So to kind of summarize, again, on the general fund side, needing that $2 million to balance, using fund balance and ARPA to do that. And then on the transit fund side, needing $300,000 to balance that fund, utilizing an additional $300,000 in American Rescue Plan funding for the transit fund, which would bring the total in the budget of American Rescue Plan funding to 1.9. So then I'm going to move on quickly, some high-level information on our capital improvement program. Council only adopts the next year, the first year, which is fiscal year 2022-23 in our plan, but we do have a 5-year plan. So we've highlighted that first column in green. There is a slight increase from our previous plan, and we just wanted to hit on, this is not an exhaustive list of all of the changes in our 5-year plan, but we did want to mention these. Some funding for Memorial Stadium, some additional funding or significant funding for repairs, to the municipal building. We had a landslide on Vance Gap Road. We expect that project's going to be funded through FEMA, but that's budgeted. We also have some new funding for the municipal golf course, Burton Street Park, and in out years, so not included in FY23, but in the 5-year plan, some additional funding for Livingston Street. So we did also, again, Tony mentioned our comprehensive facility study. We just wanted to bring this up. Woo, man. And just mention that this is going to help us for the future. So on the next steps, we're here on May 24th at the proposed budget. We have the public hearing in 2 weeks, and then adoption on June 28th. And just wanted to end on the key takeaways. Again, our recommendations being based on all the work that we've done, your priorities, information we've gathered previously. Needing to stay competitive in the labor market is really critical for us, and we have limited capacity to fund significant new or expanded services without that fund balance appropriation or ARPA.
Mayor, if I could repeat again, that the last 2 years have brought many challenges, but we've continued to work together to overcome those challenges. And as we look ahead to next fiscal year, I'm very excited about the opportunity to work with council, staff, and the community to move ahead with the key initiatives recommended to be funded in this budget that we believe will improve internal operations, but most importantly, enhance the lives of people who live, work, play, and do business in the city of Asheville. This concludes our presentation, and I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor. And thank you, staff.
Thank you. And let me echo the thanks for all the hard work. We're not done, obviously, with this process, but thank you all to staff and the management team for putting together the budget, and council for all the work so far and all the work sessions we've done. So here's what I would suggest just in terms of this part. This is the opportunity for council to give feedback to the manager so that if there are changes that we want to see in the final budget, we can make those questions or concerns known at this time. If there are questions for staff, for Tony or Taylor, let's ask those and then otherwise release them to sit down and cough or whatever they need to do while we give feedback to the manager. So if there are questions, let's go ahead and, yeah.
I just, may I just make a suggestion that if council members want to make changes to the budget, to the proposed budget, that they give the offset, that if there's a proposed increase in expense, I'd like to hear where they would expect a resulting decrease in expense, or if they are proposing an increase in taxes. So, everybody wants, we all want to do more. We all want to provide more services, et cetera. But we also realize that the revenue side of it is taxes. It's basically property taxes. So I'm not trying to shut down conversation, but I would suggest that if council members are questioning or wanting increases in certain expenses, if they could offer suggestions as to where those funds would come from.
I have a possible example.
Wait, okay, so are we gonna ask, do we want to let him sit down, or do we have questions?
I think
Any-
it's of
any questions?
Taylor. Yeah.
Oh, you have a
I have a question
okay.
for Taylor or
I just
staff,
hate
however we
when
want to
they-
do this. So, using Ms. Whistler's example. So I heard that the 300,000 from ARPA General can offset, that I guess is eligible for transit, can help offset some of the transit losses that the parking incomes cannot cover. Are there additional dollars that are eligible that could help offset more, meaning that our contribution to restoring the parking fund takes the pressure off the general fund, which would then let us use it for, say, increasing to 1770? So there was an ask, but it had a possible solution. I just don't know if it's out there.
So if I understand correctly, I think the ask would be increasing ARPA in the transit fund and decreasing the general fund subsidy of transit to utilize some of that for something in the general fund.
Ding, ding, ding. Yes, thank you. Well said.
I mean, for that matter, there are other expenses that we've got a couple studies, the missing middle study, we have other things too that might be eligible for ARPA funds to create the room for the 600,000 needed to get to 1770. The issue I think is going to be, not to answer for you, but the recurring costs. So when you
Absolutely.
build in a recurring expense into the budget, like a salary, as opposed to a one-time allocation, you got to figure out how you're going to build that in year over year. And I know we're trying to be conservative about our projections for the growth over the course of the next year because we don't know what the economy is going to do. But do you all, I mean, you all are already allocating 1.6 at least of
1 million.
well, but that is expected. We're hoping we grow by that much to cover that cost in the years going forward.
This is specific, though, to this enterprise fund and this parking loss. So my follow-up question, I guess, would be, have we stopped the bleeding? Because I know we had equipment failure. I know we had COVID, that we decided as a body to not charge parking and to allow those fees to slip. But then we had equipment failure, and at some point, that must be remedied. And that is a direct impact to this large loss. So have we stopped the bleeding?
Or is that why they're projecting the loss? That or because parking's not as strong?
Well, I've
as
been
it's
watching parking a long time, and I manage parking downtown. It's not suffering. So
I will say, we do still have some lingering impacts of COVID, and that really is specifically on the monthly parking. I think we don't know the specifics of that, but the assumption is that we have a lot less monthly parkers than we did pre-pandemic, and that's a result of, people continuing to work remotely, or that kind of thing. So that I think that specifically is certainly continuing to impact parking. Another thing that, again, I think has started to come back in a much stronger way, probably even over the last few months, is events here at the Civic Center. That's the special event parking, I think, is impactful as well. So there's a variety of things, and, not having had the history over the last, really couple years of something to utilize to kind of base some estimates on, we are certainly trying to be conservative in the parking fund, which is why we, we mentioned that, we hope that things look a lot better than we're anticipating them to be, and that we could address it, again, with a mid-year change.
What I didn't hear was a clear answer on whether or not we stopped having equipment failures.
I think the main issues have been resolved. I think we are still having some issues where there's some, intermittent inoperability, but that's something that we're continuing to work through with the contractor. But I think that, it has not been the long-term, complete, gates up for an extended period of time that it was, I think, over the winter.
Thank you. In addition to that on transit, so I think the part that's missing for the public is just an understanding that we're ultimately backing out of last year's commitment to expand service to 10 p.m. on all routes. 30% of our routes end at or before 7:30. And we raised property taxes last year in part with the commitment that we were going to expand service to South Asheville, and we were going to extend transit service for the bus to all routes till 10 p.m., which means making it easier for folks not to just get to work, but to get home from work. And we're backing out of that commitment, even though the impact of property taxes disproportionately impacted historic Black neighborhoods, working class, and renting folks. Not just for folks who are renting where they live, but also where they work or where they run a business. So with that, I just want to point out, it is even more important that we stay busy with accountability on the feasibility study. The city and the county have an opportunity to work together to find a dedicated funding stream for transit, and all of that funding would go to expanding transit, whether it's evening hours, whether it's more frequencies, so the bus is coming more often, or if it's expanding into the county. So that to me tells me that we have an opportunity to look for a different funding stream, but that we absolutely need to do it. One of the curiosities I have is I'm hearing a lot of input from the public about reparations and is this enough? And I do appreciate that we have a line item because it shows intent when we've gathered the Reparations Commission, that we're showing that good faith effort that we are going to show up with funding for a recommendation. I wonder, even if it is the smallest percent, if we were to come up with 8% of our budget instead of a dollar amount, then we would show the intention of growing the reparations fund as the city's budget grows over the years. And it would give us a different metric to look at over time. I don't know if there's support for that at this group.
I'm certainly inclined to agree with that. And in addition, I'm wondering if we could consider moving, when it comes in, some of the monies that are in the reparations fund that we all supported except for Councilwoman Roney. Is it possible to move some of that money that is in the reparations fund over to reparations for housing?
Are you saying the benefits table?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. That was our intent. And Mayor, if I could just make a comment about the transit. I guess the terminology of backing out is not our intent. Our biggest challenge is drivers to actually implement the expansion. And we're working with our vendor. That's why we have recommended an increase in the hourly rate. Working with the vendor in order for us to improve opportunities to get the drivers, in order for us to do any kind of, well, actually, before we do expansion, we got to do maintenance. We've already reduced service hours and service frequency, and so it's a tough time for transit. And this is, I hate to continue to say this, but this is just not a local issue. This is a national crisis as it relates to transit. We are committed to a community that has reliable transit services and choices for mobility. We as staff are committed. We are working through some issues, there is no doubt. But I just don't want the community to think we are backing out. This isn't backing out. This is trying to adjust to national trends.
I appreciate the narrative concern. I also think it's important for us to let the public know that we made a commitment that we can no longer meet. So first, we have to secure our staffing, make sure that we're retaining and recruiting drivers so that we can meet our current obligations.
Absolutely.
But we are no longer committed to expanding evening service until we do that. And so that means that conversation will be the next year, or the next year, or the next year. But if anyone's wondering why we weren't doing what we said we were gonna do last year, it's because we're limited and we can't.
Absolutely.
And I do want to make note that again, the general fund support of transit is the same. So we have not reduced the general fund support that was increased last year.
But the cost of providing the service is increasing.
Yes.
I think it's important to note, I mean, this council has always voted unanimously to support the increase and expansion of transit services and the increased costs that go along with that. My understanding of the explanation we're hearing is that money isn't going to solve this problem. If we had all the money in the world, we'd still be limited in terms of, because of the driver shortages. I think money would help deal with our maintenance and bus inventory, but in terms of but hopefully, you know, I would be curious to know, and we're providing for pay increases for drivers, but it would be helpful to me, I think, in the future for council to hear from the management company a little bit more detail about how they're trying to attack the issue and shore up their staffing issues and what else we could do to help them in that effort. Does anyone else have any other questions or maybe, I'm not sure if.
I had one remaining.
Okay,
So the last one is in regards to public safety. So I'm again repeating the request to freeze 10 vacancies in public safety departments, which we know that we can't fill with our current strategies, so that we can meet our service obligations by adaptation. These openings could make space to join the Buncombe County Community Paramedicine Program, or partnering with community-led safety efforts to address the disparities in public safety services around homelessness, the opioid crisis, and violence interrupter programs for our youth and families led by the community. This is something that other cities in North Carolina like Durham are doing. So this isn't asking for us to have a different kind of additional funds so much as a hold of funds so that we can adapt and meet our public safety obligations, which we currently aren't.
I have a quick question. With relative to the police department, is the proposed budget, does it even get us back to where we were 2 years ago, 3 years ago? It was my understanding that.
I think we have someone up there who's
We
going to
still
speak to us
haven't-
about transit, but.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to follow what's going on here. I think you were
Well, but-
wanting, okay,
But
yeah.
Councilwoman Roney moved it into public safety. So,
Yeah, just quickly on that, and I think you're talking about referring to staffing, Councilmember Whistler. We're not. We budgeted this fiscal year, assuming there'd be 50 vacancies all year long. Next year, we're budgeting, assuming there's going to be 40 vacancies. So even though there has been some improvement, they're still down, and they're not going to be back to the level that they were at historically, even next year. I know the department is planning 2 hirings. In fact, I think one of them may be happening right now, and then they have another one planned in about 6 months. And they hope to get about 15 recruits at each of those classes. So,
but again, to reiterate, we're not currently budgeting to get back up to where APD was a couple years ago.
That's
correct. So Councilwoman Roney is suggesting that not only maintain don't get back up to staffing, but get even less back up to where we were by creating, by reserving.
Absolutely not. I am
another
suggesting that we
vacancy.
add to our public safety response. I'm not suggesting that we do less. I'm suggesting that we do more with the vacancies we have.
I was asked.
I apologize. I did not know that we had someone, our contractor, our vendor for transit services. And I know the mayor had said he really wanted to hear from our contractors, so we have someone who can respond to some of the, if you could respond to some of the concerns and issues that you heard that
Sure,
council raised, I
sure.
appreciate that.
Your Honor,
And
thank
if you could introduce yourself as well.
Thanks. My name is Barry Riling. I am the general manager for the vendor that runs the art operations for the city. And we work closely with the city on all the things that are done with the transit. There is a huge struggle in attracting commercial drivers to Asheville, and we have somewhat of a unique situation here, and I have been in several different regions of the country running transit, and all of us are struggling to attract people into this business. We have done several things. I thought I'd at least mention some things that we have done and we are doing. A year ago, year and a half ago, we wouldn't hire anybody that didn't have a CDL. We had that kind of volume of people coming to us. You can barely get those now. So we've adjusted all of the training process to certify people with a commercial driver's license. So that's an involved process, but that's what we've done. We've adjusted training rate. It used to be $15 an hour. It's now $18.78 an hour. All those things we've done to try and attract and keep and maintain. The funding that's talked about here in this next budget will affect it isn't just drivers, but it can be utility, the cleaners, the technicians, the supervisors, the dispatchers, the customer service reps. All of those positions can be impacted by this funding that you're talking about doing. Is this the magic bullet? I don't think any of us can answer that. It's the same issues you're having with whether you go $17 an hour for a living wage with the city. We're sitting at $18.78 for a starting wage. So it hasn't solved all those issues. I will also say that in the trucking industry, because there is such a mass of trucking in this region right here, that's who we're competing against. And those agencies were all able to just turn around and jack rates for employees. They're still short. So it's not the cure-all. We need to have a place that's functioning, working properly, and we can give the employees a workspace that's doing just that as well. So that's what we strive to do in all of our operations. Is this the cure-all? You know what? I'd like to say next week I got 15 people coming in the door for starting in mid-June, late June, but I can't say that. And that's different. Been at it for quite a while. And none of our operations across the country can say that because it just isn't just about the dollar anymore. And we have a tremendous benefit package. But our objective is to get it there. I have never told a client, no, I can't expand your service in my 30 years in this industry. I've never faced anything like we've faced the last couple of years. We're all going through that. We'll come through it. We'll get through it. There's a lot of things stare us in the face in the very short term as well. So as we go through that, our commitment is to get it there and to make it work right. We're short. That's why we've worked with the city. Our thought process in working with city transit was we don't want, whenever possible, you don't want to leave people stranded with no notice. So do the cuts we need to do so we're sure to cover all the rest of it as we possibly can. And there's still instances where if you have enough call-outs, you don't have anybody to go do that. And those are the things you want to try to avoid in our business. That's what we try to do.
Thank you so much for being here to share that. I really appreciate that additional context. Would you say from your experience that this trend is continuing to trend downward, that we might actually see additional shortages and face cuts to other routes? I mean, I know it's a guess, but.
It's a guess. I will tell you that in the last 4 weeks, we've seen a little, well, it definitely isn't dropping off. So hope and pray it keeps going this way. So that's kind of exciting. You know, we have a weekly call about recruitment and all the areas that we're going after and all of our operations across the country. And specifically for us, we've hired a full-time recruiter. We've just attacked everything that we can attack to try and get the interest up out there. And all of a sudden, boom, we've seen a little tick up. It kind of plateaued for a couple of weeks, and it's starting to tick again. So, that's what we're shooting for.
Well, thank you so much. It really makes me feel better to know that our vendor is also just in full support and recognizes the situation for what it is.
It's not a situation anybody ever wants to be in. And like I said, I have not experienced this type of a fall off ever. So I've seen a lot of different stuff. So
Barry, thank you for being here. Can you speak to not just to the drivers and support staff that we contract with, but also for your staff that, in our contract, are you having any issues with keeping the RAPI Dev staff so that they have so you have the supervisors and the management team to support our drivers?
Well, part of the deal is if you have drivers, you can backfill supervisors and dispatchers. You really need experience in those positions, supervisors and dispatchers. So as shortfalls have come, as they fill, then we'll backfill. We've got a couple of supervisors, a couple of dispatch positions that we'll pull from those ranks and fill. That's where you hire those people. You find the right ones, you train them up, and you bring them on. So those positions are affected. Utility, short a couple of utility. We've been able to hire an outside source to assist with that, and we have supervision there, and we can manage that group and keep up on those things. Haven't been short a technician in the 3 years I've been here. We're short one right now, which we're advertising for, we're gonna go after, so.
So the word is, you're hiring.
We're hiring. Anybody wanna get a CDL? So, anything else? All right,
Any other questions?
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Esther, can you hear me?
Oh, yes,
Okay.
this is
I
our
was-
vice mayor speaking.
Yeah, I was speaking before and you all couldn't hear me. I wanted to
Oh,
follow up
okay.
on, I wanted to follow up on the conversation about reparations. I agree with Councilwoman Mosley in that I would like to investigate how much money is already set aside in our reparations fund. And I also like what Councilwoman, what Kim was saying, as far as looking at percentages instead of dollar amounts. And the reason why I wanted to chime in is because last night there was a meeting held by the commission, and they do have their first recommendation, which was voted on unanimously by the commission, in that we dedicate in perpetuity an amount to reparations fund, and we do it within this budget cycle. So I don't know if that information has been passed down, but I do believe that is a recommendation that will be an action that they're looking for us to look into. So on the reparations note, we should be trying to figure out and have conversations about what that commitment will look like years after this budget cycle.
Okay. Okay, are there other, this is the opportunity, I would offer to give the manager some feedback on the budget. I'm just gonna offer for me, and we've had a lot of discussion about this, about the threshold wage, whether it should be $17 an hour or $17.70. I do want to see us move to the equivalent salary of $17.70. I understand that it turns out the county is going to be at that. We were thinking the county was going to be at 17, but apparently they're adding their COLA on top of that, so they're actually going to be over $17.70. I have been here when we've gone through a recession and the managers had to send out messages to all the departments asking for 10% cuts across the board. I know when you build up a budget like this, you've got to figure out how you're going to pay for it year after year after year. We don't know what the growth is going to look like this year. What I'm struggling with is I don't see salaries relaxing, and we're hearing that inflation is likely, may stabilize, but prices may not go down. I feel like we're kind of at a point where we don't have a choice, and if we see that our revenue projections are not as strong as they were, I'm not sure the answer is ever going to be reducing salaries. It may be reducing our head count, which we've been through that before in a recession. So, I hope we don't get to that. I hope that we can, I'm hopeful that our revenue growth will stay strong and we'll be able to absorb an increase of around 600,000. But I know we're already assuming we're going to grow a certain amount to hopefully not use the ARPA fund transfer if we can avoid it. So hold on, I've just got a couple of things. The other concern I have is around the urban forester and the study. In talking with folks, I think if we had to prioritize something, it would be the study before the position. I don't know what the costs of the study is projected to be. So I would, if there was a way to build that in. Obviously, I'm not meeting the requirement of finding where the funds are.
Yes.
And I recognize that is, yeah, and I don't know if there's also unique opportunities to find funding for the study, grant opportunities or whatnot.
Mayor, if I could, on the study, we did have Bridget look into what other communities are doing. We'll provide you all with the results of that kind of quick survey that was done. I think Ms. Roney asked us to do that, and we did.
On the comment about the gear slide and not seeing the word equity on it, I thought, one thing I noticed in the budget document, it does include it. The diagram is a little bizarre looking, and I cannot follow it. And I remember we're having a conversation about equity overlaying everything. And I don't know how that should be represented in the budget document. I'm not sure we capture it correctly in at least in the illustration, let me just put it that way, in the budget document. But I did see that, and I thought, I kind of understand what we're trying to get at, but I'm not sure it was accomplished in that. But my other question on the disparity study that we have to have in order to do the minority contracting, the projected cost was $375. Do we think that's accurate? Because I was thinking it was going to end up being higher than that.
It probably will be, and maybe it can be phased. We're pinching pennies, Mayor,
Okay.
but everything has increased, including consultant services. Our best guess was $375.
Okay, and, optimism. And on the reparations line item, just a question here, how much is our recurring allocation for the Affordable Housing Fund?
500,000.
It's 500,000. So I was trying to think if we ever had allocated a percentage before for something, this is just kind of me sort of, but I do remember a year where we had to raise taxes, and I think we earmarked 2 cents for deferred maintenance, and I don't know if we have continually adhered to that, but I guess just a question about would it be a fixed amount, or would it be a percentage, or would it be a penny, or, whatever, just something tied to, I'm just sort of rhetorically throwing that out there. Maybe staff has a suggestion for how that would work, but just if there's interest in moving in that direction.
Does anyone know if the county funded any reparations this cycle?
I think they are waiting for a
For ours.
recommendation.
Okay.
I think, however, well, at least preliminarily,
They've recommended 2 million, I thought, from my conversations
To
with the
return to the
manager.
$2 million balance or an additional 2 million?
No,
it was
they,
below
they,
2 million.
they didn't, they
Yeah, they
didn't
haven't put in.
allocate last year, only us.
So they want to allocate an additional 2 million potentially?
Not a,
No, not additional.
no, just
Their
theirs,
first
Okay,
their,
yes,
their
but so that the
portion.
reparations fund would be at 4, yeah. okay,
Yes.
Yeah.
That's,
is that in the manager's budget for the county?
yes.
Yep, okay.
That's great. I have a fund balance question. Is this, I don't want to take away from this part of the conversation. Okay. I heard, so if we pull the 400,000, what percentage do we suspect that leaves our fund balance at? And for those listening, we need to keep it above 15%.
Yeah, so we would assume that would keep us right around the 15% level. Obviously, even this late in the fiscal year, we still don't have a really good idea of where we're going to end the year. Some of our sales tax revenue is 3 months behind, so we're still getting that in and everything. And so if we have an opportunity to update that projection as we go along before you all adopt the budget, we will. But right now, our best guess is that if we took 400,000 out of fund balance next year, it would still leave us above our 15% policy goal.
This is really interesting. I do want to point this out. So as we've progressed through this budget calendar, we've seen, we were always kind of trying to guess at what our sales tax revenue would be. And what we've seen in the last few months is that it's been more than we thought each time. And I can't help but relate that to people visiting our community and spending money in our community on items that increase that tax revenue. I just wanted to point that out. I just have a couple more comments related to the budget, and then I'll be done, so I'll just share them real quick while I have the mic. I just want to express that I heard that there will be some follow-up on whether or not retention bonuses may occur, or if there's a plan for that. And I just want to share that I continue to be concerned about our low numbers in the police department, and we do this wonderful thing where we pay for the training while they're being trained. And at the end, sometimes we lose officers to surrounding areas with this excellent training. And I'm just hoping that we will look into some kind of retention bonus for the end of that BLET training, just to share. And then I think, no, that's all I'm going to say. That'll be my last comment. Thank you.
Since we're on a public safety note, can you all hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, cool. Since we're on a public safety note, I really want to understand what Councilwoman Roney is explaining, because I do want to diversify our public safety response. But to dovetail what Gwen said, I don't want to have shortages around patrol or investigation. But I can't grasp all that you're saying, Councilwoman Roney, but being that I have an interest there, I kind of want you to explain a little bit more.
So when I brought this up last time, and the last budget cycle, I think we need to ask staff to do, and potentially would bring it to a public safety committee meeting, is what would it look like? What would our projections look like for the year if we pulled 10 positions worth of staffing aside from from both of our public safety departments, just to look at like what it would look like to bring in 10 different positions. We don't even have that opportunity right now because we're only earmarking for 2 different departments. So if we look at what Durham is doing, simply giving ourselves the room to adapt, we would need to see that projection from staff. The reason we don't have numbers or anything specific to look at is because we haven't yet had a staff recommendation or the council support to ask for a staff recommendation except for my own request.
So what would the 10, pull 5 positions from police, 5 positions from fire, and then what?
I'm not making that recommendation. I would ask staff to make a recommendation about what it would look like to pull 10 vacancies, whether that would be dollar amount levels, which departments could pull it. I wouldn't get into the details of that because I would seek a staff recommendation on what that would look like.
I'm trying to understand. When you say vacancies, what do you mean? I mean, we budgeted at this point that APD, I don't know about fire, but APD would have 40 vacancies. I mean, that's the budget for 40 vacancies from a couple years ago, when they would consider themselves fully staffed, I guess. So when you say vacancies, are you saying current vacancies that we're planning to fill?
I'm
just
suggesting that
don't-
instead of us just budgeting for vacancies in police and fire, that we make a plan to add 10 different positions addressing our current vacancies. And this is why I've asked weeks and months ago, not just at this last moment. And I'm glad that we're having this conversation now, but it is at the last moment. So at this moment, I think the best thing that we could ask staff to do is press pause on 10 positions and not plan to fill those vacancies. But we would need to see recommendations of the Public Safety Committee on what that would look like, on what partnership would look like. It would simply be a placeholder.
Am I confused, or are we not already doing that?
No,
Am I
this is what I'm
confused?
not getting, Kim. Are these 10 spots already budgeted for? Have we already accounted for them? That's the part I'm not getting.
Then I would suggest that we ask staff to make a recommendation for 10 new positions within our Public Safety Department and seek where the vacancies could be pulled from.
I think the best thing to do is just to follow up with this conversation during the next public safety meeting, because I'm confused about what you're asking, but I support the direction you're going. But I'm not sure that this is a conversation for this budget discussion, because I don't know if you're asking for 10 vacancies that, 10 spots that have already been budgeted for, or we're creating something new. It sounds like you don't know that answer. So maybe we should just have this a follow-up conversation at the next public safety, so that we can kind of dig a little deeper and get your full mind and maybe get some staff recommendations. That's if they understand.
And
what the
we have
situation
had
is.
this conversation at the Public Safety Committee about adding a violence interrupter program. Do we have a full understanding of how that violence interrupter program would be fleshed out or staffed or funded? Not necessarily, but there is a staff instruction to continue forward with that. We've also talked about youth mentorship programs and partnering in the community with that. We don't yet know how many staff that would require, how many staff hours that would require, how many dollar amounts that would be. And yet the work continues. So I think what I'm asking is that we be really intentional in this budget and plan to do a diversified response to public safety so we can address disparities in our lack of service.
And to be clear, we've had discussions about violence interruption and youth-led programs or youth development programs, but we never gave the direction to staff to look into forming any of those programs. They just kind of been conceptual type of discussions.
Okay,
So
I don't want to cut off anything, I'm just
asking.
making sure everybody gets their comments into the manager.
And just while we're all Debbie Downering right now, there was one positive. We went to a legislative breakfast the other morning, and the Senator Edwards said that the possibility that the reallocation of the TDA funds, the current proposal to move it from 67% to 75% or 75 to 67%. He said it had a good chance of passing. So that will, while not being the same level of funding that we would love to see from TDA, it would be more than we've got now. And, so that hopefully will have a positive effect. If it happens pretty soon, it could possibly even have a positive effect in the current fiscal year. And that would be something that I know we haven't budgeted for or anticipated, but it could be a good amount of money coming in. So
And we're going to hear more about that at a later presentation, approximately around 11 p.m. at this rate.
Mayor, I just have one last comment. I was incorrect. I had one more. I just wanted to share, so at our council retreat that was a budget planning session, we heard from our department managers, 17 of them, that the staff were feeling overwhelmed and exhausted. And I think it's a great thing that we're doing here by providing a larger financial wage and increase for them. But I want to acknowledge that it does not reduce overwhelm or exhaustion. And so we hear you, I hear you, and we'll continue to work on it. And we sure hope that this nod of higher wages helps.
Okay. I don't see any more lights going on, so I am assuming we're reaching the conclusion of the presentation of the manager's report. And thank you very much. You guys, so long, you lost your voices, and so we really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move into the public hearings portion of our agenda, and the first is a public hearing. A public, and again, for anybody who joined us since we started, if you do want to sign up for one of these items to speak on it, please just make your way to the table you passed on your way in and be sure to sign up to speak under the items. So the first item is a public hearing to consider adoption of the Water Resources Department updated development fees analysis for fiscal year 2022, 2023. And Leslie, who's going to tell me how to say her last name, is going to speak on this from our water department.
Good evening. It's Leslie Carrero. I'm the assistant director. And the way you can remember that is it rhymes with Camaro. So I didn't make that up. One of my coworkers told me that years ago.
Maggie,
anyway.
I think we need a presentation. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's pretty straightforward.
She like literally rolled her eyes at me.
Anyways, so yes, I'm Leslie Carrero. I'm the Assistant Director for Water Resources. I come to you today just to give you a little bit of more background on the development fees, requirements of the state. And anyways, system development fees are a one-time charge imposed on new development to fund costs of capital improvements necessitated by and attributed to such new development or to recoup costs from existing facilities. North Carolina General Statute 162A, Article 8 provides that for the uniform authority to implement system development fees for the public water systems in North Carolina and was enacted by the North Carolina General Assembly on July 20th, 2017. System development fees must be adopted in accordance to the conditions and limitations of Article 8. Raftellus Financial Consultants Incorporated completed the required analysis, which conforms to the conditions set forth in Article 8. To conform to the North Carolina General Statute 162A-209, the analysis must be posted on the city's website for no less than 45 days and furnish a means to submit written comments prior to considering adoption. The analysis was posted on March 29th, 2022, and met the 45-day requirement on May 16th, 2022. There were no comments received. So it's our department's recommendation that the council adopt the Water Resources Department's updated development fees analysis for the fiscal year 2022-23 fees and charges.
Is this what we might have once called a tap fee, or just a one-time fee paid upon construction when you're
Yes.
building something new?
Yes.
It's not paid by regular customers. It's paid for when you're building something new
Right,
and you're
right.
tapping onto the system.
Right.
Yeah.
So
okay, yeah.
home, restaurant, commercial.
Yeah. Council, do you have any questions, comments, or do we have a motion? Oh, hold on, let me make sure I don't have anyone who signed up. No one signed up under this item, so.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to adopt an ordinance adopting the Water Resources Department updated development fees analysis for the fiscal year 2022, 2023 fees and charges.
Sandra, I'll second.
Okay, and we did open and close the public hearing. Okay, and I will do a roll call vote. Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Councilwoman Whistler?
Aye.
Councilwoman Kilgore?
Aye.
Councilwoman Roney?
Aye.
Councilwoman Mosley?
Aye.
Councilwoman Turner?
Aye.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome. Okay. All right, next, we have the Reed Creek project, which we got a little preview of when we talked about parking earlier. There are 2 items under this, but we will hold one public hearing for both of these items, but we'll have 2 separate motions. And I'm just looking here to see if anyone signed up under this one, but I'm not seeing anyone. But if you did decide, do you want to talk about it, you can go sign up and they'll scurry up here with your name for me. Sasha Vertinsky, take it away. Sorry.
Thank you. Mayor and members of council, I'm Sasha Vertinsky. I'm the interim affordable housing officer with Community and Economic Development currently, and I'm here to present to you this land use incentive grant request for Reed Creek Greenway Plaza. So some key takeaways here. This land use incentive grant is for 421 Broadway Street and its rental apartment projects. The project is committing to 10 units or 20% of the total number of units to be affordable for 30 years at 60% AMI or below. Additionally, there's 2 units or 5% of the units that would be affordable for 30 years at 80% AMI or below. This project is on a site, and I'm just going to go ahead and go to the next slide. This project is on a site that's a little difficult to develop. The city did sell 2 of the 5, 6, 7 parcels directly to the developer. And as a part of those sales, we have deed restrictions on those properties that 20% of the units would be affordable at 60% AMI for 25 years, and then 30 years. So the first restriction for one piece of property was 25 years. We sold a second piece of property directly to them, and there's a deed restriction there that, brought both of them to 30 years.
When was that sale?
The first one, I believe, is 2017, and then the second one was 2021. And just to be clear, generally speaking, when the city transfers property or sells property, we go through an RFP process or a highest, bidding process. Because there was a public good associated with these properties, we were able to do a direct sale negotiated agreement with them.
The public good being the 20% affordable housing?
Correct, thank you. So this property is located
For
in
30 years at 60%.
Woo-hoo. Yes, ma'am. So this property is located at the edge of Montford. It's just east of the Reed. Here it reads like it's north, but just next to the Reed Creek Greenway. The total site is 1.5 acres, and the part of this property that's going to be affordable housing is 0.4 of an acre. So here's a site plan. Will be up here in just a few minutes to talk about their conditional zoning, but you see on the right, building A is the affordable housing apartment building. It's 49 units. So again, 12 units being set aside for affordable housing. And here's a sample floor plan. The 10 studios are the 10 units that are the 20% being affordable. And there's also 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units in this project. And here are some exterior elevations. And just a little bit more project background. I've actually talked about all of these, but the developer, we're estimating right now the cost of the development is around $9 million. I expect that number to come down when it gets basically valued by the Buncombe County Tax Department at CO. So this is a construction cost. It's pretty difficult to figure out what your tax value is going to be in the future. So just briefly, here's a summary of the points they've put on their application and they're qualifying for. 20% of the units, in the 30 years in the Luigi matrix of points. The 30 years gets you an additional 10 points. 10% rental assistance, meaning 10% of all the units will accept vouchers. or other forms of rental assistance. That gets you an additional 10 points. They are willing to house someone from the homeless by name list, which is working with local agencies and finding someone who's going to be a good fit for their unit. They get 10 points for location. There's a brownfield as a part of this development. And they're also doing energy efficiency, green building certification, solar panels, which gets them to 30 points. And then lastly, universal design for 20% of the units gets you 10 points. So this brings us to 105 points, which is really the maximum this policy allows for 21 years of a benefit. So I apologize for all the words. There's a lot of words on the slide, but we basically take the current day tax value of the property, and they're paying today about $1,000 a year, and that's really for vacant land. And they will continue to pay that throughout the grant program life, the 21 years. Using that $9 million construction estimate, the property tax would be close to $37,000 a year. We subtract the $1,000, and the difference is the $35,850. So that's what we would be granting back. So how this works is the project pays their taxes and the city grants them back. And we do monitoring of those affordable units throughout the project. So what this means is the total grant would be $752,000, close to $753,000 total, which comes to about close to $63,000 per unit subsidy, which is below kind of our $80,000 unit kind of cap in our minds. And also, I still do expect this to be lower in the end by the time we get to the valuation by Buncombe County. And then lastly, after 21 years, the city will receive the full taxes without any grants. This is their walkability score and their bikeability score. HCD saw this application on May 17th and voted 3-0 to recommend this. Today at the Finance Committee, the committee voted 2-1 to recommend this. And I guess I would say, part of the issue that came up today at Finance was, if the deed restriction is already in place for the 20%, 60% AMI for 30 years, are we double dipping here for points? And I guess what I would say is, staff did discuss this with them, I think at one point in the past. They have been in discussions with past staff over the years with this, intention to apply for this. They did pay market value for the land, so they did not get a break on that value, like some other projects.
So that, I was gonna ask that, because, well, usually, we don't really have that many examples yet, but we hope to have many more examples. I mean, to agree to the deed restriction on affordability, what was it that, just the fact that they got the land was the
It was a direct
willingness?
sale.
I see,
Yes.
okay, so.
Didn't have to go through a public process.
Because they were providing that, so that's an interesting challenge, because we did something different with
360 Hilliard?
Thank you.
360 Hilliard is the only other,
Well,
that's the
right,
only
that's-
project we have
right.
open doors
But
on that use
they're-
the Luigi, yeah. But we'd also, so interestingly, because I was in the Finance Committee meeting today, and I've been thinking about it since the meeting, and, we don't have any policies that, make different subsidies like mutually exclusive or something. We don't have, if you get this one, you can't get that one. And we may need to revisit that in the future, right? But right now, our only example is the 360 Hilliard, which is next to the Aston Tennis Courts, if you recall. And we gave them a direct sale of the land in exchange for the affordable housing component. But we also went from the appraised value, and I think we cut it to 50%. And then we also layered on a housing trust fund loan. So we did multiple subsidy stacks there to make that project work. So in my mind, this is similar, just sharing the history.
I think it's I will say, we probably do need to we do need to have clarity. This is exciting because we have more people willing to participate, which is great on the one hand, but we do need to get some clarity on, do you get to kind of Venn diagram all the different programs and so anyway.
And with today's market, that might be what it takes.
Here comes the accountant. That's what Esther just said. I get this, I love this project, but I do feel like we're basically incentivizing a developer to adhere to their deed restriction that they agreed to now. And so that, to me, feels a little, not right. But I also recognize that, that under the Luigi program, they're not getting any benefit for the fact that, they've added an additional 5%, and they've said that's for 30 years, recognizing that it's 80% affordable, but that's still great. So if you go back to that slide where we allocated points, what I would propose is that instead of the 105 points, because I think the first line, in effect, is incentivizing them for complying with their own deed restriction. Now, and however, I would give them back points for the fact that the 95%, for the extra 5% that's affordable, and that it's for the extended 30 years. So I would give them something back for that, even though it's not under our Luigi policy. And also recognize that there's a possibility that staff promised them something that frankly they didn't have the authority to promise. We, as a council, approved Luigi. That's
You're
how-
talking about Luigi, that they
Right,
could go, okay.
So if staff committed to the Luigi, that's unfortunate, but not appropriate. So what I would propose is rather than the 105 points, no, I don't know who it was, but that's,
And I don't know that
that
they
was
did.
the
Yeah, I don't
conversation
know
that I've been hearing. What I would propose is rather than the 105 points, it be 95 points, and that would give them 19 years of tax grant benefits, and just more closely adhere to the fact of the deed restriction.
How does that pencil out? Just
Well,
curious.
Sasha told us
Yeah.
today that 5 points is about 1 year.
Yeah,
right?
exactly 1 year. So basically, I think staff is good with whatever you all vote on. I will say that Hans Dolagast is here, the developer, and so is Damie with his team.
If I might add, I've been asking about renewable energy when we have new projects. Can you speak to the details confirming what the energy efficiency, green building, and solar panels entail and how we got to those points?
Sure, and I don't have a slide that shows the matrix, I wish I did, or the policy, but basically the policy outlines, I have the policy here with me, how you qualify for those points, and I've had a conversation with Jeff Dalton, their architect, about this, and we've discussed different certifications, and, the policy outlines a couple specific, and I'm focusing on this because it's a little bit less, it's maybe the least clear of all of these.
And I know what we've run into in the past is there can't be solar panels on the roof because there's air conditioning units on the roof, or it can't be over the parking because of whatever reason. So I'd love to know how we got this so that we can replicate it.
Sure. So I guess what I would say is I don't think that entire system has been designed yet. And what would happen if, for some reason they couldn't do all the things they've promised, you kind of lose point. If they lost points, the grant would be for a shorter time. But I think Jeff seems to feel fairly confident about this. So in our policy, it references Green Built Home certification by the Green Built Alliance or Systems Vision by NCHFA. There's another certification process. So it's all third-party verified.
So perhaps we might hear from the developer, because
Sure.
I'd love to hear some details on what the goals are.
Sure.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Damie Cisse. I'm an attorney with Allen, Stahl, and Kilbourne. To answer your question, I apologize, Jeff Dalton is not present here this evening. His daughter is graduating, and we thought that it was important that he be there. And so I'm here to field the questions that you would ordinarily ask him, but please bear with me that I'm not an engineer. But my understanding is that we will be able to provide solar panels for all of the common amenities in the building, but not for individual units. And part of that is because there are state laws that prevent us from offering utilities in that manner outside of utility companies.
Thank you.
So we're limited as to what we can do. And would you like me to address some of your other questions or Councilmembers Whistler's proposal now, or would you like me to speak after Mr. Palmquist does? Did I butcher your name, Will? Okay, great.
That's on the Luigi. We're on the Luigi
Okay,
part.
perfect.
Will, wherever he is gonna do the zoning.
Okay, perfect. I think in this matter is similar to 360 Hilliard, and you mentioned, Councilwoman Turner, some of the benefits that they received, and I just want to make sure that it's clear that in this situation, my client or the developer here has paid market value, fair market value for the land that they purchased from the city as well as DOT, and they have the only benefit truly that we're receiving is this Luigi in exchange for all of those concessions that we've made. And I also want to remind the council that the agreement that the developer entered into with the city was more than 5 years ago, and that was before the pandemic occurred. And that means that this developer came into this agreement with the desire to provide affordable housing in this community. And we know now, even more so than then, that's a truly important thing. The problem now, though, is that COVID has occurred and our financial situation has changed. Cost of construction has changed. Cost of labor has significantly increased. I heard you all speaking earlier about some of the concerns in labor, and I heard the person, the contractor involved with transit talking about the cost in just that area as well. And so that significantly impacted this development that's taken 5 years to get to you today. And the problem with that is, in order for this to be feasible and for us to add these affordable units that, again, we truly didn't receive any benefit for, we are now it would be substantially difficult, if not impossible, for us to do what you're asking for, Councilwoman Whistler. And I just want to make sure that the council's also clear that not only are we adding 5% additional affordability at 30 years, the Luigi only requires 20% affordability at 80% AMI for 30 years. We were offering 25% affordability, 20% at 60% AMI, but an additional 5% at 80% AMI, and all of those units, 25% of this development at 30 years affordability. I think that's significantly more than the Luigi is asking for. And we're not only, and in addition, initially with the deed restriction, there was no discussion of housing choice vouchers, but we're offering that now at 50%. On 50% of the units. So that's an additional concession that we're making. We are also offering to accept housing one person from the homeless by name list. I have represented several clients at this point, and we've never used that, and we're using that here. I don't believe any other developer has ever used that, but we are trying to use that here because, again, that shows that this developer is committed to providing affordable housing in this community and is committed to Asheville in general. I also want to make it clear that this development will be 1 mile from an urban or job center. We are a half mile from transit amenities or transport amenities, and we're offering the energy efficiency options that we don't ordinarily see, especially the solar panels, even if it's in the common areas. So I just want to make sure that all of this is being considered, and the fact that the 2 additional units are going to cost $550,000 to construct. For this grant that, as you've heard, is only about $753,000. That's a significant amount, and it does make a difference. But I'd like you to consider the totality of what this developer is offering as you consider this Luigi application. Thank you.
And I love this. I'm not saying that, but the developer is getting points for all the things you mentioned. However, when you say 25%, I guess I just want to reiterate that the 20% affordable at 60% AMI for 30 years is part of a deed restriction that was committed to by your client whenever, for whatever reason, and there was no LUIG attached to that deed restriction. That's my only point with this. It's not that I disagree that they're doing good things, and it's not that I disagree that that I don't want affordable housing. I want affordable housing. I think this is a great program. It's just that this is the first line item is associated with a deed restriction. So we are incentivizing them to comply with the deed restriction that they willingly entered into.
I appreciate that clarification. I just want to also make sure that we understand that they entered into this agreement with city staff with the understanding that this would be an option down the line. And I understand that staff is not able to bind city council members, but I truly hope that this council will support staff and developers' efforts to come together and create great developments for this community as a whole. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Debbie.
Oh, did you have a question?
Well, the only thing I was going to say was I greatly appreciate your explanation with the project. And I think what people really don't take in consideration is, like you said, the cost of services and the cost of goods. It's extremely 5 years. That's pretty, a large amount. So I'm really thankful for the project. I greatly appreciate you bending over backward to try to make this work. And if no one else has anything to say, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, so hold on the motion, because we got to do, we've got to do the other part. Any other questions before we do the other part?
So we're not going to vote on
What we're going to do is hear the zoning presentation and then open the public, we can have one public hearing, which no one signed up to speak on this, but we will do our open and close our public hearing and then do our two motions, okay? Okay.
I'll share just one last comment to remind us that we're
Do you want
always
for-
trying, nope, just thank you, Damie. We're always trying to attract more affordable housing developers to the area. And then when we get them, we always say, gosh, I wish they were local. So we have a local developer adventuring into affordable housing development, and I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you for highlighting that. I forgot to mention that. And they're also one of Asheville's most reputable green building companies. So when they say that they could provide these energy efficient options, they truly mean it.
Thank you. Okay, Will, you're on to do the presentation regarding the zoning, and then we'll vote on both these items.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'll be presenting on the conditional zoning application for this project. So just to reiterate, the existing zoning, neighborhood corridor district as shown on the left, the corner of Broadway and Cobble. Due to the project not being able to meet some of the technical requirements of the neighborhood corridor district, they are seeking a rezoning to neighborhood corridor district conditional zone. Here's an aerial image of the site. You can see located on the corner there between residential neighborhoods and the Reed Creek and the Reed Creek Recreational Greenway that's located behind it. As far as the future land use designation in the Asheville Comprehensive Plan, the site, which consists of the 6 parcels highlighted in red, is designated in a couple different categories. The first is traditional corridor, shown in the blue, and then 2 of the parcels, or 2.5 or so, are still designated as parks and open space, so a legacy of the city ownership before it was sold. So therefore, as part of this conditional zoning, the future land use would also be amended to just make all 6 parcels traditional corridor in the future land use map. So here's an overview of the site plan for the project. I'll zoom in on this in a second. Just point out some features of the site. So vehicular access will be from new or kind of an existing / improved driveway on Broadway and Cobble Street as well. You can see Reed Creek behind the site and somewhat on the parcel itself, and also the Reed Creek Greenway that flows beneath it, or that goes, sorry, to this west of it. So here's a closer in view of the site plan for the proposed project. Building A on the right is the focus of this rezoning, being proposed as 4 to 5 stories, so 4 stories facing Broadway, and then due to the slope, 5 stories facing Reed Creek. Approximately 45,000 square feet, 44.5 feet tall. As mentioned earlier, 49 units, and that should read 25% affordable, so 12 units total. Other considerations regarding the setback and buffer reductions I'll speak to in a little bit later. There's also Building B, which is the existing building on the site, shown in the middle. That is just going to be a renovation for commercial use, and then an expansion of the deck to the rear. There are 46 parking spaces proposed, which meets the requirements due to a 50% reduction that's allowed in the neighborhood corridor district. There will be 10-foot wide sidewalks along Broadway Street. Phase 2 of the project is noted in part of this, in this rezoning. They do not have concrete plans for this, but the building is proposed at being between 2 and 3 stories, located at the corner of Broadway and Cobble. Max height of 40 feet, max square footage of 77,400, and it's proposed at this point as a office use, so that, though that might change. And then there would be 6 feet wide sidewalks on Cobble Street. So that project would come back for a review, probably at a staff level, as long as it meets those criteria, if this gets approved. Just some building elevations, 4 stories facing Broadway Street, 5 stories at the rear facing the Greenway, the side elevations, and then a couple of the renderings that were shown earlier of the front that faces Broadway, and then the rear that faces the Greenway. As far as the project's relation to the Living Asheville Comprehensive Plan, staff finds that it is consistent with the future land use map by providing high-density residential development along with other compatible non-residential uses. Furthermore, the project addresses several of the goals in the Living Asheville Comprehensive Plan, including that it encourages responsible growth by providing infill development in targeted growth areas. It increases the supply of housing in proximity to employment, transit, and parks, and provides affordable housing options. So this project was reviewed at a staff level at the Technical Review Committee on February 21st and approved with conditions. Planning and Zoning Commission also unanimously approved the project at its March 2nd meeting. So then there are a few conditions and technical modifications to speak about. One of which, just going down the list, is a side yard setback on the southern side of the property, which would average between 16 and 23 feet. Basically, some of the project considerations and bonuses that are being considered are predicated on a 40-foot setback, which does exist between the project site and the Reed Creek property boundary. The idea is that neighborhood corridor district uses would be kind of buffered better between existing single-family uses. Since those properties to the south are city-owned and used for parks and open space, Staff agreed that providing the full 40-foot setback would not be necessary and not be accomplishing any real goal in that regard. Furthermore, the reducing of the property line buffer to 10 feet without a fence. The reduction to 10 feet is allowed in the neighborhood corridor district on the condition that a fence is built. However, again, staff agreed with the applicant that the construction of a fence between this property and then the neighboring parks and open space that the city owns would kind of defeat any real purpose there and just block access to open space. So that would be a condition. Also that a single front entrance would be provided at the new building as opposed to the neighborhood corridor district, which requires a entrance every 45 feet. There's also, hot off the press, a new condition that's been identified as the project team has been working through some of the stormwater requirements of the site. Essentially, there is a 30-foot wide, called a Type B landscape buffer on the western side of the site between the project and the Reed Creek boundary. Basically, I guess what's being considered and proposed is there's a lot going on in that buffer area. One of which is that since it's in a stream buffer area, every square foot that's disturbed has to be mitigated by an enhancement of 2 square feet. And there's some disturbance going on that adds up pretty quickly. There's also the tree canopy preservation standards that are being met in that buffer area with existing tree canopy. And therefore, it's just not technically feasible to plant all that's required in that buffer for the landscape buffer. So the applicant is proposing that basically they would propose that the requirement for the evergreen trees is removed and that the requirement for large and small deciduous trees is halved. So that would be 10 each, and then 24 removal for the evergreen trees. There's also for the disturbance in the stream buffer requirement that they remove invasive species, which would happen as well. So something to consider. We have consulted with the city attorney on this, and basically that it could be approved with that condition tonight. Here at this meeting, staff would recommend that it goes back to the Planning and Zoning Commission for their consideration, as this was not known or discussed at the back of the March meeting. We also have the applicant and the landscape architect who can speak more about this in detail with us tonight as well. So just some other project conditions would be that the future phase 2 of the project would be consistent with the density, mass, and scale of, and this project as well, of the neighborhood corridor district. The architectural detailing that breaks up the facade, the pedestrian orientation with wide sidewalks as suggested in the neighborhood corridor zoning district, the preservation of the stream buffer that we were just speaking of, and also the requirements for the affordable housing, which were discussed in the prior presentations. So 25% of which would be affordable, 10 at 60% AMI, and 2 at 80% AMI. And then 5 of those units would accept housing choice vouchers. There's also a community and co-working space proposed in the new multifamily building, as well as an indoor bike room and storage closets for residents. So staff would have recommended approval for the project, concurring with the Planning and Zoning Commission with this new project modification that would be required. Staff would recommend that the project return to Planning and Zoning Commission for their consideration of the project with this new condition before coming back to council.
Say this again, what condition are you talking about?
This is the condition with the Type B landscape buffer between the building and the creek.
So I'm prepared to support Sandra's motion without the
Yeah.
condition.
We don't want to, we just did all this.
So just, well, it got a little confusing and.
Sure.
We got,
did.
so tell us.
Kind of lulled
Tell
us.
us again, yeah, right, don't, tell us again what the new condition is. Just only talk about that.
Yeah. So basically, the applicant and the landscape architect have been working through some of the stormwater issues with the site. And so essentially, there's a type B buffer. It's a 30-foot wide, kind of planted, vegetated buffer. And it says that for every 100 linear feet along the property edge that borders the residential zoning, you have to plant 6 evergreen trees, 5 deciduous trees, small, 5 deciduous trees that are large, 15 small shrubs, and 15 large shrubs. And so you times that by 4 because there's 400 linear feet along that property line. And then you have to do, they are also doing the tree canopy preservation within that area. And now they're come to realize that because they're disturbing within the stream buffer, which is a different buffer, but it's the same physical area along the site, they're disturbing land and they have to replant land by a factor of 2 and enhance that with plantings in that same area. It just becomes infeasible to do all that planting and counterproductive to a healthy buffer. They're asking that the buffer of the prescribed trees, evergreens, deciduous, and shrubs be reduced. And that would look like an elimination of the requirement for the evergreen trees. So that would be 24 evergreen trees total that would be reduced. And then the deciduous trees requirements would be cut in half. So that would be a reduction of 10 small trees and 10 large deciduous trees total. And the buffer would exist essentially because of all the other plantings and the tree canopy area. So there would definitely be a buffer along that as well. It just, a lot of these requirements kind of stack up and you can't double count them. So I think when they've gone through and all the stream buffer disturbance requirements that's going on with stormwater happening in the same area, this other buffer that's a zoning buffer is just not really able to be done. And I mean, the landscape architect might be able to explain that a little better than I could, but.
So just, yeah, you got into the weeds there which is great, which is not, you got into the trees. I mean, just on the surface, I know you since this just happened today, in general, do you think staff would be supportive of this new condition?
Yeah, I mean, staff, I think, would support this modification. If it were back at planning and zoning, the recommendation, I feel like, would be that staff would recommend approval with this as an added condition.
Okay, and Brad, is that okay, like not to go back to planning and zoning?
So there are no specific requirements or triggers that something automatically go back to the Planning and Zoning Commission. The requirement is that these types of rezonings do seek a review before that body and that come before you. It's up to council to determine any changes that happen between that time and your review, whether or not it warrants an additional review that you would find helpful.
And so you don't think that this is such a significant condition that it would automatically trigger kicking back to P&Z?
I don't think that there is any automatic trigger.
Okay.
I think that without weighing in on the quantity of the substance of the change, I would say that it is up to council to make a determination. Given the change, if you feel like planning and zoning's additional review would be helpful in your final determination.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious if well, is it possible that the space with the parking area could be used to help meet the tree requirements instead of us just cutting the trees? Like, that doesn't sit well with me.
We can let the applicant speak to that feasibility. Yeah.
Well, Damie's not the landscape.
Good evening again, Damie Cisse for the record. I do have our landscape architect here with me. My name is Suzanne Godfrey.
Can you guys pull, Will's so tall, thank you.
Right. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm Suzanne Godsey with Siteworks Studios. I'm the landscape architect on the project. I'm a very visual person, so I do think that we do have the site plan. Will, if you could pull up the site plan or the landscape plan just to discuss. Okay, well, while he's pulling that up. Okay, so as Will was discussing, it's multi-layered in this one area. We've got a 20-foot landscape buffer where we have to put in about 120 trees and 120 shrubs. So we've got that requirement. We're buffering essentially our project from the city-owned greenway. And the reason for that buffer is strictly zoning. It doesn't have to do with the use of the project versus the use across the way. It has to do with a zoning district against a zoning district. So it's strictly because the greenway is zoned residential and we're zoned NCD. So that's issue number one. Number two is we have a 30-foot stream buffer, and in that 30-foot stream buffer, if we have any type of disturbance, it has to be mitigated, and we are outfalling our stormwater because that's what you do, and I'm not a civil engineer, but that's how it is designed. Those areas have to be mitigated, as Will said, at a 2-to-1 ratio. So we're gonna be needing to replant per buffer standard replantings about 6,000 square feet of area. So we've got that requirement. And in addition, in the urban areas where we're doing urban infill and we have tree canopy requirements, the only place that you can really put any plant material is in your buffer. And there's a gap in the tree canopy protection ordinance that says that landscape buffers do not count. Trees that are required for landscape buffers do not count for tree canopy plantings. Now, I was told 4 years ago that this was probably going to change at some point, but here we are today, and that change has not come about. So this morning I had an epiphany, which has caused a lot of problems, that perhaps since we are going for a conditional zoning, that we come before you and request this modification that would offset the tree canopy, the stream buffer, plus our landscape buffer against the city-owned greenway. So that's how I got to the modification request, this additional modification request. I can get a little bit more, pun intended, weeds on like the plant material and things of that nature. We do have to, as part of the stream buffer, mitigation is remove all invasive species. So what we're gonna be doing is working with that entire slope. And a lot of that invasive plant material, once you start to dig it up, it just invigorates it. The more plant material we plant, the more the kudzu has room to grow on top of and cover up things. And so we're gonna be battling invasive species plus our own plant material. There's a lot of issues around overforesting an area, competition. You're gonna lose a certain amount of that plant material anyway, so you're kind of throwing, good money, bad money after good, or whatever the saying is. I don't know if that answered any of your questions, but it's just kind of giving you an idea of where I came up with the modification request.
So if you just took out the zoning piece of it that, says that that you're supposed to buffer between two different zonings, how does, if you just took that piece out of it, because it kind of doesn't make sense when it's going up against a greenway, because it's like you kind of want people to go to the greenway, I think. If you just took that out, how does that stack up against what you're proposing?
If we did not have to do a landscape buffer, we would have to plant 18 large deciduous trees and then do the 6,000 square foot of stream buffer mitigation. So with the landscape buffer, it's an additional 120 trees plus the 24 evergreen plus the 20 large deciduous plus the 20 small deciduous trees. And that So the significant portion of the landscape that's required and shown on this plan is because of that landscape buffer in the zoning.
Right, so if you, just,
Can I try to answer your question?
sure.
So I think what Suzanne or Ms. Godfrey is saying is that if not for the zoning requirements, she would be planting significantly less trees. The zoning requirement that's requiring the buffering and the tree canopy is almost requiring double tree planting that is unnecessary in her professional judgment outside of the zoning requirements. Does that clarify it? Yes,
I'm
no?
still curious how can we encourage to not disturb so much and also still potentially have trees added into the parking lot area? I'm not sure what the options are because we're only looking at one screen, not the whole project across the street.
Well, that project is completely separate and from a permit standpoint from this project. This is the conditional zoning portion of this project and not the other one across the street. We have plantings in every island. In order to get credit for any type of landscape trees in the islands, they have to be a certain size. So we can't pack in trees in the islands greater than what the square footage really allows and for the health of the tree. Now, just for reference on what's out there right now, there's no quality plant material out there right now.
It used to be a gas station and a.
Right, but the slope where we would be planting some of this buffer plantings, there's no quality landscape out there right now.
There's, I think in that section, a lot of invasives on the other side of the.
Yes, it's 100% invasives.
And so for that reason, we're asking that you include the condition this evening without sending it back to planning and zoning.
And just to be clear, this drawing up represents trees and landscaping that you are saying would no longer be there if we allow this condition, right? This is representative of the.
It would be a modification of this plan right here.
Yep.
And this plan does not show the tree canopy trees, so this plan just shows the zoning plan
Okay,
material
we're all gonna get
only.
lost soon.
I know, I'm so sorry.
Well,
It is-
and so, I mean, let's just step back here a minute, you know, because we all like trees. We all like trees.
I'm a landscape
We all like
architect.
trees.
I hear you.
But what I thought I heard you saying is, if we were to, if you were required to do this planting, you don't think it would be healthy for the trees and the shrubs. And so what you're proposing is, would be healthier for the trees and, you know, the point being, we want the trees to stay. You know, we don't want to come back 5 years from now and, oh gosh, those were great trees, but they're dead because they crowded each other. So you believe that this proposal is actually healthier for the tree canopy in this place?
Absolutely.
Okay, any other questions? Are we good? Are we good? Okay, we got the condition clarification, modification. Okay, we don't have anyone signed up to speak under these two items, so we are opening the public hearing and we are closing the public hearing. Now, we need two separate motions, and I think the staff report has, it looks like somebody's ready with, you've got zoning.
She's got Luigi. Sandra was queued up.
Oh, Sandra, now we're.
I'd like to make a motion to recommend that the city council approve the land use incentive grant application for Reed Creek Greenway Plaza, 421 Broadway Street.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Are there any other comments before I do a roll call vote?
Well, my no vote, just to be clear, is only, it's not to not give them any Luigi, but my proposal would be 95 points rather than 105 points, but I will have to be voting no because of that.
Okay, so first we're voting on the Luigi, and in my rotation, I have me going first. So aye. Councilwoman Whistler.
Nay.
Councilwoman Kilgore.
Aye.
Councilwoman Roney.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mosley.
Aye.
Councilwoman Turner.
Aye.
Vice Mayor.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm ready.
I've got a motion on the next one, Mayor.
Okay.
I'm going to try and add this language of the last change here, but I may need Mr. Branham's help. I move to approve the conditional zoning request for 6 properties located at 421, 425, 427, and 99999 Broadway Street from Neighborhood Corridor District to Neighborhood Corridor District Conditional Zone, along with a change in the future land use map for 2 parcels from parks and open space to traditional corridor, and find that the request is reasonable, is in the public interest, is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and meets the development needs of the community in that the request, 1, supports mixed-use infill development in a strategically located area targeted for growth. 2, provides housing units in proximity to transit, schools, and parks. 3, supports city goals for affordable housing. And then I want to look to Mr. Branham for the remainder.
I would suggest that the condition be added that within the western buffer, that the zoning requirement be reduced by a total of 24 evergreen trees, 10 large deciduous trees, and 10 small deciduous trees.
Thank you, Mr.
As
Branham.
well as I can say deciduous.
As he stated.
Okay, we have a motion.
I would make a friendly amendment to not allow the condition.
Well, a friendly amendment, the motion maker would need to accept. Do you accept the
I do
friendly
not
amendment?
accept.
Okay.
And I'll second Ms. Turner's. As amended by what Brad said.
It's not amended, but modified, yes. Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments before we do a roll call vote? Okay, Councilwoman Whistler.
Aye.
Councilwoman Kilgore.
Aye.
Councilwoman Roney.
No.
Councilwoman Mosley.
Aye.
Councilwoman Turner.
Aye.
Vice Mayor.
Aye.
And myself, aye. Okay, we have concluded the Reed Creek project. Thank you. All right, we have one more public hearing tonight. It is 7:26. I'm thinking we're gonna need to take a 5-minute, I need a 5-minute break. Does anybody else need a? Yes, okay, please, we're gonna take a quick break and come right back and begin public hearing item C, which is 1001 Patton Avenue, AKA Ingalls. Okay. Okay, we're gonna move on to public hearing item C. A public hearing to consider conditional zoning of 1001 Patton Avenue from Highway Business District to Commercial Expansion / Conditional Zone. And Will Palmquist is going to talk with us about this project. I feel like your mic's not on. Tech people, I don't know if there's, well, I don't think it's you. I see Chris back there trying to get your, don't take this personally.
Testing, there we go. Thank you. Alrighty, conditional zoning petition for Ingalls number 1221001 Patton Avenue. Current zoning is highway business, and due to the size of the proposed project, a conditional zoning to the commercial expansion conditional zone district is required. Here you can see the existing site, which is an old Kmart with a large parking lot and on another retail building in the front of the site near Patton Avenue. Some of the other mostly suburban commercial uses in the area. The future land use of the site shown in the blue, urban center, surrounded by more urban corridor. Staff finds that a change in the future land use is not required for this project. So as far as this project goes, it would involve a total demolition and redevelopment of the site, with a total of about 150,000 square feet of commercial use. This would include an Ingalls grocery store at the top center, so at the back of the site, with 4 other retail spaces and also a gas fueling facility 421 parking spaces. Some other highlights of the site involve the new sidewalks that would be constructed, which include an 8-foot wide sidewalk with a 5-foot wide planting strip along Patton Avenue. There would also be a new sidewalk constructed on the west side of Hawkins Lane, where there is currently no sidewalk. And that would basically connect all the way from Patton Avenue and then join the existing sidewalk, past the site and provide a connection all the way from Patton Avenue to the neighborhood. There would be no new sidewalk built on North Louisiana Avenue. There is existing one on the west side of that street. The developer would be able to pay a fee in lieu of that, since NCDOT is planning on widening that road, and it would likely demolish that sidewalk anyway. And then within the site, there would be sidewalks between 5 feet and 10 feet wide as well. There are 2 existing bus stops located at North Louisiana Avenue on both sides of the road, and the project is willing and proposing to improve both of those bus stops, one of which is really only a spit of dirt with a sign, and the project would improve both of those to full city standard bus shelters. Just some elevations showing the fronts and rears of the proposed Ingalls store and associated retail uses. This is the other building that would be closer to to Patton Avenue, where the existing other retail building is, and then the Gas Express elevations for the fueling station. So staff finds that the project is partly consistent with the future land use map and the designation of urban center. It doesn't meet the full intent of that future land use category, but it does create a node of use along with some improved transit amenities. Just a note that this site was originally proposed as part of the urban place rezoning that recently passed, but there was a lot of concern and discussion with the Emma neighborhood and community about the potential displacement and other negative side effects of potentially having really very dense mixed-use development in this area. So therefore, the city did not proceed with that rezoning. And this particular project does have support from the community in large. And then as far as other goals in the plan, the project supports the goal of redeveloping sites that are underutilized and establishing accessible and well-connected commercial nodes, as well as eliminating gaps in the citywide sidewalk network while prioritizing construction in underserved communities. This project was before the Technical Review Committee and approved with conditions in January. And it was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission at its May 4th meeting at a vote 5-1. There were a couple conditions of that approval. The first one, that the bus shelters be relocated internally to the site if agreed to by the city's transportation department. We did not include this in the list of project conditions in the Exhibit E document, as the city's transportation department does not agree to relocating those bus stops, so those were not included. The second one was included, basically that the applicant engage with the neighborhood community to identify businesses that meet community needs and could be located within the new development. Basically, the community is excited with the prospect that, something, the Kmart went away and a lot of the needs of the community's retail needs were not being met any longer. So if the applicant, in good faith efforts and agrees to, which they do, work with the community to try to find businesses that would, serve the community's retail needs, be located here. Some other conditions of the project, 2 electrical vehicle charging stations will be installed. I mentioned the bus stops and shelters, as well as working with the community to identify businesses that will meet their needs. And there are a bunch of technical modifications being requested, some of which are relatively minor. They involve the sidewalk widths that are being proposed, which are less than the standard 10-foot requirement in the commercial expansion zoning district. The location of the parking lots in front of the building, some technical changes with the loading and the driveways, a slight reduction in required parking spaces, as well as the number of entrances to the store, and that there's no bike lanes into the development, as there are no bike lanes on Patton Avenue currently. And therefore, staff concurs with the Planning and Zoning Commission and recommends approval of the proposed conditional zoning. That concludes my presentation. I can answer questions. We also have the project's representative here tonight with us.
Any questions? Okay, I think we're gonna go ahead and open the public hearing. We do finally have somebody signed up. Does anyone want to hear from the developer? No, okay.
No, I just was only going to say that when you say that's partly achieving the urban centers, the big difference being this plan includes no housing and the urban center zoning would have, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, a big focus of the urban centers was the mixed-use residential nature of the area, which this project does not have.
While you have
Before
here.
before you sit down, sorry.
No, please.
Do we allow any new highway business zoning? Is there such a thing anymore? Or is this idea to get rid of highway business within the city?
I can't speak to that necessarily. It certainly speaks to an older model of commercial development that, overall is kind of being phased out. It's still a zoning district within the city's unified development ordinance, and applicants and property owners could request to rezone to it. The city has no plans of actively rezoning properties to that classification currently.
Okay. And just in your professional opinion, all the modifications that this development has asked for, the no bike lanes, the building, the spacing, everything in the last bullet, is that typical, given that the additional, I just didn't see a lot of, things that were additive to the project. I saw a lot that were negative. And, like, for example, I know that it's considered additive to have 2 electric vehicle charging, but I would suggest that that's still a revenue producer, so I don't really view that as a public benefit per se. So I guess, do the positives outweigh the negatives of this particular project? I guess you said yes, it does.
I would say yes.
Because you're recommending, but.
Exactly, yeah. Overall, I'd say yes, because recommend approval. It's not a tit for tat analysis that we do, but more of an overall consideration in reference to the comp plan and the community's support of it. I guess some other benefits of the project involve the bus stops being improved, the bus shelters, which are not required to do. Sidewalks are required, but if not for this project, they wouldn't be built. The current site is somewhat of a, as we learned at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, somewhat of a concern for the community, and there's been some unsavory elements that are in that area, which are perceived to be stemming from that vacant, underutilized nature of the site. So that's been discussed. As far as the technical modifications that are shown here, some of them are pretty standard. So, a lot of times the expansion districts for conditional zonings all say that the developments should have bike lanes into them, but a lot of these roads don't have bike lanes on them, so it doesn't make sense to include them. Fewer parking spaces aren't really that big of a deal in this context. The parking lot and the look and the orientation of the buildings in reference to the parking definitely is an older model that is a pretty major consideration of the overall site layout that they would have to seek a modification for. So it's kind of, I guess, in the eye of the beholder, somewhat what each one is worth.
Yeah, I just was disappointed at the lack of creativity.
Likewise. Can you do me a favor? Oh, I'm sorry. I can't see all the lights down there.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Kim. The aerial in the presentation is too blurry for me to read any of the details. But can you point to where these bus stops will be? I'm curious
Yeah.
if one is on Patton. I live near here, and that intersection in the bottom left
Can't see my
corner
mouse, I'm
is
sorry.
such a dangerous spot. So they're over, okay, so they're up on Louisiana.
Louisiana,
So the
correct.
one at the corner down at the intersection is not being altered. It's.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep, it'd be these two that exist on either side of Louisiana.
Interesting, thank you.
Okay, any other questions before we move on to the public hearing? Okay, so for our public hearings, speakers have 3 minutes to speak, but in this case, we have folks yielding their time to one speaker, which means the speaker can have 10 minutes to speak, and I understand it might be right around that mark, maybe a little bit over. And that person who would like to speak is Rocio Alvatar. Oh, thank you.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Rocío Alviter y yo vengo representando a mi comunidad, la comunidad de Emma, junto con nuestro consejo de vecinos, unos aquí presentes.
Hi, everybody. My name is Rocio Alviter, and I'm here representing the Emma community here with our neighborhood council as well.
Hemos traído nuestro intérprete ya que creemos que los espacios multilingües son bien importantes para todos nosotros.
We have brought our own interpreter because we believe that our spaces need to be multilingual and are very important for us.
Estimados Consejo de la Ciudad de Asheville, les escribimos para expresar nuestro apoyo a la solicitud de Ingalls para la rezonificación condicional del sitio anterior de Kmart on Patton Avenue.
Dear Asheville City Council, we are writing to express our full support of the Ingalls request of conditional rezoning of the previous Kmart site on Patton Avenue.
Este sitio se encuentra junto a la comunidad de Emma, uno de los vecindarios con mayor diversidad racial y lingüística de Asheville y el condado de Buncombe. También es uno de los únicos vecindarios que sigue teniendo vivienda económica sin necesidad de subsidio, conocido como NOA por sus siglas en inglés, en forma de parqueaderos de casas móviles, donde reside casi el 40% de nuestra población. La vivienda económica es un recurso esencial en Asheville y el condado y creemos firmemente en protegerla.
The site is adjacent to the Emma community, one of the most racially and linguistically diverse neighborhoods of Asheville and Buncombe County. It's also one of the only neighborhoods that continues to have significant naturally occurring affordable housing in the form of mobile home parks, where nearly 40% of our neighborhoods reside. Naturally occurring affordable housing is an essential asset in Asheville and Buncombe County, and we believe strongly that it must be protected.
Hemos estado trabajando de manera cercana con el condado de Buncombe y la ciudad de Asheville durante varios años, tanto directamente con los departamentos de planificación como Consejo de Vecinos y mediante nuestra participación en la coalición de vecindarios delegado y también mediante la creación de un plan vecindario para identificar estrategias para proteger la vivienda económica y hacerla menos vulnerable al desplazamiento. Por esa razón, trabajamos en conjunto con el Departamento de Planificación y Diseño Urbano para eliminar el sitio de Patton Avenue de la posible propuesta de zonificación de los centros urbanos, ya que habría tenido un impacto negativo en nuestra comunidad.
We have now been working closely with Buncombe County and the City of Asheville for several years, both directly and with both planning departments as neighborhood council and through our participation in the Legacy Neighborhood Coalition, as well as through the creation of a neighborhood plan to identify strategies to protect this important community asset and make it less vulnerable to displacement and loss of home ownership. For this reason, we work closely with the Planning and Urban Design Department to remove the Patton Avenue site from the potential urban center's rezoning proposal, as it would have negatively impacted our community.
Creemos que las viviendas económicas, las pequeñas empresas locales, los lazos comunitarios intergeneracionales y la infraestructura comunitaria resiliente en nuestro vecindario deben tener la oportunidad de protegerse y estabilizarse antes de correr tal riesgo por la presión del desarrollo.
We believe that affordable housing, small local businesses, intergenerational community ties, and resilient community infrastructure in our neighborhood must have the opportunity to be protected and stabilized before being put at such a risk for developmental pressure.
Apreciamos la oportunidad de colaborar con la ciudad y el condado en la creación de pólizas y prácticas contra el desplazamiento. Estas pólizas pueden permitir que los vecindarios que son vulnerables al desplazamiento, como el nuestro, se vuelvan estables. Nos comprometemos a seguir trabajando con la ciudad y el consejo y el condado para juntos encontrar soluciones equitativas.
We appreciate the opportunity to partner with the city and the county in the creation of anti-displacement policies and practices that will allow neighborhoods who are vulnerable to displacement, like ours, to become housing stable. We are committed to continuing to collaborate with the city and the county to find equity-based solutions together.
Además, nuestra comunidad apoya a Ingalls como un vecino bienvenido. Ingalls ha sido extremadamente comunicativo y accesible durante todo el proceso de rezonificación. Sus servicios como tienda de abarrotes, así como otros negocios que traen a nuestra área, son vitales para nuestra comunidad. Como padres, hemos visto a Ingalls proporcionar empleos a nuestros jóvenes, apoyar al sistema escolar y a la comunidad en general.
Furthermore, our community is supportive of the Ingalls as a welcome neighbor. Ingalls has been extremely communicative and accessible throughout the rezoning process. Their services as a grocery store, as well as our other retail businesses will be brought to our area, are vital to our community. As parents, we have watched Ingalls provide employment to our youth, support the school system, and overall the community.
La zonificación que promueve Ingalls es mucho más alineada a la rezonificación anterior de los centros urbanos y cuenta con el apoyo de nuestra comunidad. Hemos solicitado a Ingalls la oportunidad de opinar sobre los futuros inquilinos de los espacios comerciales en la propiedad, para abogar por negocios que cumplan más con las necesidades de nuestra comunidad. Y de buena fe confiamos en una colaboración positiva con Ingalls.
The zoning that Ingalls proposes is much more in alignment than the previous urban center rezoning and has our community's support. We have requested the opportunity to give input on our community priorities for the future tenants of the retail spaces on the property, to advocate for businesses that will meet the needs of the surrounding community. And in good faith, trust that Ingalls will be a collaborative partner in the process.
Agradecemos su consideración de nuestra carta. Sinceramente, el Consejo de Vecinos de la Comunidad de Emma.
We appreciate your consideration of our letter. Sincerely, the Emma Neighborhood Council.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much for bringing a translator. The city does offer translation services, but we do have a notification. We need about 2 days' notice. So we really appreciate you bringing a translator. Thank you very much. We don't have anyone else signed up to speak under this item. But of course, raise your hand if you're here on this item, though. If this is the thing you wanted to hear about tonight, just raise your hand, just so we know. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so we are, unless there are other questions or comments, I'm ready to entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I move to approve the conditional zoning request for the property located at 1001 Patton Avenue from highway business to commercial expansion, and find that the request is reasonable, is in the public interest, is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, or other adopted plans, and meets the development needs of the community in that the request supports the redevelopment of sites that are underutilized, establishes accessible and well-connected commercial nodes, and eliminates gaps in the citywide sidewalk network while prioritizing construction in underserved communities.
Do I have a second?
This is Kim, I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Are there any other questions or comments before we take a roll call vote?
I just want to say again that I'm going to be voting yes, but I'm just really disappointed in the fact that this just looks like an old grocery store with very little creativity and very little response to the city's zoning and what we need. I mean, I'm fine with a grocery store, but this is like not very creative, but I will be voting yes.
Okay, anyone else before?
I have a comment. I see Sandra's light is on, so I'm not sure if she's, oh, okay. I share a similar sentiment, but at this moment, I applaud and appreciate everyone from the Emma community coming. At this moment, I'm having a hard conversation in my head around how it is that we have community members that feel like coming in and updating this space and adding more retail bays and, you know, jazzing up the joint won't gentrify, but somehow adding more affordable housing to the site would. And I just kind of struggle a little bit, but I am going to be supportive, if only because the Emma community came tonight to share this concern. And I hope that what these developers have said to you and that they will work with you on what kind of tenants and stuff might go in there holds true.
May I chime in just a moment to your question about how adding more affordable housing may serve to gentrify? It depends on what the AMI are. So if we're adding affordable housing at 80%, say $42,000 a year, close by a community where the average income is 32, we have then just what? Gentrified. I think we need to recognize, at least I recognize, because what I see from the immigrant community is very much in line with what I see in historical Black neighborhoods. I'm not sure if folks realize that 30 years or so ago, maybe a little bit more than that, what we now consider the bustling West Asheville community was largely, that's where our Latinx neighbors lived. So when they talk about being displaced, it's not some notion, they have lived it. They used to be there. Now a lot of folks are over near Emma. So chances are, I just want our neighbors to know that if you're white and you moved to Asheville, say in the last 30 years or so, and you live in West Asheville, you've served to displace probably the family members of some of the folks here. So I think they're not paranoid. The thought is, if almost, and it saddens me because I hear this from members in the Black community, if we make it too nice, they'll push us out even more. I really think that's what the consideration is.
I would add that some of the things that I've heard from legacy neighborhoods around anti-gentrification or anti-displacement measures are opportunities to invest in long-term safety strategies, which includes investment in pre-K, investment in community gardens, investment in community land trust, and investment in equitable public services like public safety that's safe for all. So those are still opportunities that we have to invest in community health and well-being and sustainability and resilience. And we have a long way to go as partners in the region. That means coordinating between the city and the county. So thank you to everyone who showed up tonight.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I'm going to do a roll call vote. And I believe I'm starting with right over here. Councilwoman Whistler.
Aye.
Councilwoman Kilgore.
Aye.
Councilwoman Roney.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mosley.
Aye.
Councilwoman Turner.
Aye.
Vice Mayor.
Aye.
And myself, aye. Okay, that concludes that matter, and that concludes our public hearings agenda. So we're going to move on to the, I'll just you're all welcome to stay for the whole, whole meeting, but we're going to move to the Next item on our agenda, which is a resolution authorizing the city manager to apply for and, if awarded, receive grant funds from the Buncombe County Tourism Development Authority. So you're welcome to stay, you're welcome to go. We'll shift around. I know we've got to change the presentation out. So we'll just take just a moment. No, you can.
Oh.
You guys ready? Thank you very much.
So we were just having a long discussion about when we're going to eat something, but.
I see that, and I appreciate all the hard work that you're doing. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for spending some time tonight to consider authorizing the city manager to apply for $7,867,000 of Buncombe County Tourism Product Development Funds. I am Steph Munzendahl from Planning and Urban Design. I'm going to be joined tonight by Chris Corral, who's the Director of Community and Regional Entertainment Facilities. I got it. And let's see. Well, in order to provide you with these key takeaways that are listed here tonight, we're going to talk to you about the source of these grant funds and how they may be used currently and also how they might be used in the future. We're going to discuss how city staff has approached evaluating the projects that we have on our CIP for appropriateness, and we're going to provide an overview of each of the 4 projects for this TPDF application cycle. So a little bit about the occupancy tax. It is 6% in addition to these 7% sales tax, and it's levied on any lodging that is visited by someone in Buncombe County. So this includes short-term rentals. And the way the legislation is written, and this is actually straight from a Tourism Product Development Fund presentation, I just wanted to share that, is that the 3/4 of the funds are to be used to promote tourism, not locally, and that's an important note, but state, national, and international promotions. So, the Tourism Product Development Fund was established as a community grant fund and to further economic development in the county. And right now, the way the legislation is written is that it provides financial assistance for, when it says major tourism projects, what it means, what it translates to in the guidelines is capital projects that increase room nights in Buncombe County. So that 75-25 split is being considered for a change. What we're hearing from news media and also staff in the hospitality and lodging industry is that the North Carolina legislature is considering changing the split from 75-25 to 66% and 33%. That means an increase in the amount of funds that can be used for community projects. There's about $15 million anticipated that will be available in the funding cycle that is going to be happening right now, or that's opened right now. So one other note about that potential change in legislation is that there may also be a broadening of what that 33% can be used for in the Tourism Product Development Fund. That broadening may include the ability to use it for maintenance of projects that have been funded by TPDF in the past or may be anticipated to be funded in the future. As I mentioned, the anticipated pot of funds is $15 million. Right now, the current knowledge base of what is definitely available is $11 million. And we're gonna talk about the timeline. So we're coming to you tonight. We have a phase 1 application due if you choose to authorize the city manager on June 1st. And on June 29th, the BCTDA will notify people about applying for their Phase 2. The Phase 2 is a lengthier application, requires a lot of information, and that would be due on August 31st. We'd have site visits of the potential projects in October, and then the board for the Buncombe County TDA would look at those projects at the end of October. And I think the way the funds work generally is that you're going to be signing an agreement, and those the funds, it's not like you get those funds right then, they're reimbursed. So core criteria, I mentioned this, that it's used for capital projects only. That's bricks and mortar. Project has to create a substantial new and incremental overnight lodging in Buncombe County, and the funds are not available to private entities. That little asterisk there is important. This year, they have adopted some strategic pillars and are saying that they may be able to look at projects a little bit differently and reprioritize them if you align with that. So let's take a look at those strategic pillars. Delivering balanced recovery and sustainable growth. So that's a response to the pandemic. Encouraging safe and responsible travel, engaging and inviting more diverse audiences, and promoting and supporting Asheville's creative spirit. So as you can see, these are all theme areas that are very broad and something that many of our community projects will align with. So now we're going to talk about the projects that are going to be proposed for GPDF funding.
Ms. Dahl, may I ask you a question while Chris, perhaps, so the county has apparently put forth a request to see if the TDA will be able to fund affordable housing with this, and I know that it's irrelevant to this conversation. Does anyone know if that has had any movement?
That's, we'll hear an
not-
update Thursday, but
So
it's still
Okay,
being
looks like it's
reviewed.
being answered.
Still being reviewed. Thank you.
Good evening, Chris Coral, Community and Regional Entertainment Facilities Director. Yeah, I'm still getting used to it too. So city proposed projects, we had our own internal criteria that also has to align with the Tourism Product Development Fund criteria that Stephanie just mentioned. So our main points were in order: utilizing an equity lens for projects, focusing on projects that were currently in the CIP, could be constructed in the next 2 to 4 years, had an identified financial gap or a need, and focusing on repairing and enhancing existing assets before building new, and then alignment with current TPDF requirements. So looking at all the projects that are out there and the many, many projects that we're looking forward to in the next few years, the top 4 that came up to us in priority order were the Asheville Municipal Golf Course, the Swannanoa Greenway Phase 1, the Gateway to the Southern Appalachians at the WNC Nature Center, and the Cox Avenue Complete Street. So I'll go through each one of these and pass it back to Steph to talk about Cox Avenue. So the municipal golf course, designed by World Golf Hall of Fame architect Donald Ross, opened in 1927. It was actually the first public golf course in North Carolina, and eventually became the first integrated golf course in the Southeast, which is part of the reason it's a single floor clubhouse now. It was 2 floors, and it was burned down the week after integration there. It's home to the longest running Black-owned and operated professional golf course in the Southeast, which is the Skyview Golf Association tournament. And it's the last remaining affordable public fee golf course in the Asheville area. The next competitor is nearly double the rate. So it has some significant repair needs. It's not been neglected, but nothing's been put into it for decades. So significant stormwater needs in the tune of about $2.2 million based on an assessment that Parks and Rec had completed in 2020. Water retention and water rights are important at a golf course when you need to put 16 million gallons of water onto grass every year to help it grow. And if you're paying the city for that, it's extremely expensive. So finding a way to capture the stormwater into a pond or small lake and pipe that back into irrigation is vital for the long-term operation. There's some tree adjustment needs, bunkers, fairways, and greens repaired where we have to tear up to repair stormwater. We did a public survey recently. We had about 900 people respond. 20% of those folks were in the neighborhood immediately around the golf course. 55% total live in the city, and about a 50-50 split of regular golfers versus golf casually or never golf at all. But 68% feel the course is in terrible or poor condition at the moment, but they feel the current fees are fair based on the condition, which again, were really low compared to most golf courses. They all support increases in fares if and when improvements are made. 77% felt the city should invest at least $1 million, and surprisingly enough, 90% of those respondents, including in the neighborhood side, supported a thinning of trees at the discretion of a design team or landscape architect specifically. The total project request for the municipal golf course, $1 million from the city of Asheville, up to another $1 million from a potential new operator that we're working with right now to try to bring into the course. The current lease ends at the end of September of this year. So for a final project that we would request from the TDA, somewhere between $2 and $4 million, depending on what additional third-party monies we can bring in. Do you want to do questions after each one, or wait till the
I just want to
end?
say, about the Muni Golf Course, and you know, just to recap again, you know, these funds are, they have to be matched, and they have to be capital projects that can obviously benefit locals, but have to also apply to, you know, the Venn diagram of tourism and serving locals. This golf course used to be subsidized by the city many years ago to a 6-figure annual subsidy, and we transitioned to having a third-party operator operate it at no cost to the city on an annual expense subsidy. But we did know at the time that capital investments were going to be needed, the water system, and so it's been many years since we've done that. And I understand right now we have the RFP. Maybe the period is closed, looking for the new operator. And so asking the new operator to invest in this as well. Under the old arrangement or current arrangement, the city actually gets some percentage of the profit made from the golf course. So this is a very important evolution in rehabbing and repairing the golf course. Also note that it is deed restricted and can only be used as a golf course. And so this is kind of our gem that we're stuck with. So, and you know, and it has a lot of important history, and a lot of people do like to use this amenity in our community.
Yeah, it's on the National Registrar of Historic Places as of 2005.
I have 2 questions. One is, when we're doing the stormwater and looking at potentially using that retention to water the facility, is it possible for us to, thank you to the tour for me understanding this better, but is it possible for that to fit into the existing or original designs of where the water should be?
Yes, it is. So there's a lot of benefits of collecting the water before it hits the river. It slows down floods. It helps Biltmore Village. We would theoretically have the ability, if it's built like similar golf course ponds and lakes, to empty it prior to big rain events. But yes, the original course had a small lake designed into it around tee of 7, hole of 8, and there's an old abandoned stream bed that goes to and from it, so there's a natural low point that pipes can be diverted to. However, the $2.3 million assessment that was done in 2020 was literally 1-for-1, take out bad pipe, put in new pipe. So depending on how great of a scale we get into, you know, there's going to be limitations to the total project.
And I know there's going to be more needed at this location for the Muni. Is there going to be a focus on the front or the back, or are there improvements to the whole?
I'm planning to look to the operator to really help guide us in how to do it, like close 9, close everything, close 1 or 2 holes at a time to make sure that there's still revenue coming in so that they can operate and so that we cannot have to subsidize it. There is separately a small group coming together. It's a group, maybe 10 people, very passionate, that are trying to create like a Friends of Muni type of concept to help raise money. They've been working with the Preservation Society. There's legs moving, but nothing concrete by any means.
Thank you.
Because what I was going to ask, because I'm the liaison to the Civic Center Commission, and a commissioner called me yesterday, and she seemed to indicate that the amount needed from the city is actually more than $1 million? Am I just, am I, s-
It depends on how you look at it, right? So if.
and is the reason we're only, because when I see up to 2 million and because it's a match, is the reason we're only asking for one is because only in the city, 1 million is only available in the city budget?
Yes, so when we were looking through, we were able to find $1 million. The total stormwater assessment was roughly 2.3 in 2020. So I presume that what she's applying is that if we have 1 million and we get it matched by TDA, that's 2 million and the assessment was 2.3. So it's less than the total amount if you're doing the full stormwater. But again, it can be phased. The assessment was designed with, I think 10 separate smaller capital improvement projects so that we could do 1 or 2 or 3 holes at a time. So really, you know, this, as with any city project, right? The sky's the limit. You could give us 50 million and we could totally spend it at the golf course, right? But don't do that. But so like whatever money is there, like we'll do the best we can with it. Yeah. So it's really, you know, we'll take advantage of what's there. The more, you know, it's like any fundraising campaign for something that's recreational based. The more that we have to start, the more we'll be able to leverage other opportunities for funding. Like a new operator, for example, like if we can get up to $1 million out of them, we're probably talking a 10, 15, 20-year lease because they need that ROI long-term. And if the city's coming with more bang for the buck, they know they're gonna have a better course, so therefore they're gonna have higher rates and more starts per year, so their ROI will come faster, so they'll bring more money to the table, right? So it's that chicken and egg of first money in, like issues with a lot of city projects. Any other golf course questions? All right. I'll go on to our priority project number 2, which is the Swannanoa River Greenway. So this project would be shovel ready by October of 2022, which is around the same time these grants would be awarded. Getting the TPDF funding would allow to maximize cost efficiencies, minimize environmental impacts to the area, and minimize impacts to the businesses in the projected area. So this specific project starts at the corner of Thompson Street and Glendale Avenue and moves east to Bleachery Road, which is, or Bleachery Boulevard, which is right there at the East Asheville Walmart. The total greenway corridor on the Swannanoa River is 7.5 miles, connecting all the way to the city limit and on Tunnel Road in East Asheville. This project's in the first phase of an important greenway system for the city, county, region, and state. It's part of the Buncombe County Master Plan, the Wilma Dykeman Riverway Plan, the Hellbender Trail, and the Fonta Flora State Trail. The Tourism Product Development Fund requested amounts $2.3 million. The city already currently has budgeted a little over $3.8 million, which is all GO bond funds, bringing a total project to 6.1 if the Product Development Fund were to award. Any Greenway questions? Nope. All right.
Costs a lot to build Greenway in this area, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, so how is this affected, if at all, with DOT's plans around this area?
Might have to ask Steph on that one. Yep.
We have DOT people here.
Oh, great. Well, what's important to know about this section is that it's not adjacent to the NCDOT corridor. So it's, it can be built regardless of the project that they have planned on. That's why we're doing it first.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so moving on to our priority project number 3, which is the Gateway to the Southern Appalachians at the WNC Nature Center. So for this project, picture when you go to like the North Carolina State Zoo or any other like large attraction, you go through the ticketing entrance, and then there's normally a large plaza or space where you kind of like design your day with your family, right? So that doesn't exist at the WNC Nature Center at the moment. You get your ticket, you walk in, and you're just in, right? We start with attendance numbers because attendance is important since all of the revenue comes from gate revenue with small little bits from food and beverage and merchandise sales. So in 2015, the Friends of the Nature Center applied for a grant. We were doing 121,000 people per year roughly. That grant was through the Tourism Product Development Fund for the new entrance space that is at the Nature Center if you've been any time since 2018. It opened in 2018 and we had an immediate bump in attendance of 31%, which is significant, right? And our per
That was
caps,
because of the red pandas, right?
well, that had something to do with it, but you had to get in to see the red pandas. So per caps started climbing from there, and we're up to almost $7 a head per cap. Outside of the pandemic year, those attendance numbers keep growing. We're anticipating this project will grow attendance by about 9% within the first 3 years. So your current situation at the Nature Center, drop-off circle is that main entrance area. Ticketing area is part of that TPDF project a few years ago. What's currently listed as hay storage is a shell of a building that was created for a phase 2 in the future, which is this project. You walk through the main barn as you get in, and you're in the domestic animals exhibit with the old elephant house that's kind of crumbling in on itself beside. So the vision moving forward is to bring you through the main entrance and follow along the barn on what would now be a butterfly exhibit with a chrysalis swing, butterfly garden, and number 7, a small, picture like a small glass gazebo where in season chrysalises can be in there and you can actually see butterflies hatching and, I don't know if hatching is the right word, but coming out of the chrysalis. Chris Gentile is here if you have chrysalis questions. Also it creates an open guest plaza in number 11, which would be designed for special events to help grow like the Brews and Bears and other fundraising events that the Friends of the Nature Center do. And the domestic animal space, which is number 10, 12, and 6 here, would create a special zone for the donkey, which hooved animals need a specific substrate for. And goats are the majority of the animals in the domestic space, which is number 10, and they are climbers. And so taking out the elephant barn would create a connected hill for the goats to climb up to the historic cabin and kind of create a connected space, which then becomes the gateway to the Southern Appalachians, where you can choose birds of prey, deer, bear, and kind of create your path for the day, with the goal of extending length of stay from 1.5 hours to roughly 2 hours, because length of stay directly affects per cap, which is revenue for the Nature Center long term. So this project's already funded by the tune of $480,000 from the city of Asheville and $150,000 from the Friends of the Nature Center, with a goal of asking the Product Development Fund for $567,000 for a roughly $1.2 million project. Any questions on the Nature Center project? No? All right. I'm going to pass it back to Steph to talk about the Cox Avenue Complete Street. I'll give to you.
Thank you, Chris. As you all know, we are anticipating coming to you for the potential adoption of the South Slope vision plan pretty soon. And part of that vision plan was the conceptualization of Cox Avenue as a complete and green street. So the Cox Avenue Complete Street project is something that was very community-driven before we went into the pandemic. The project stretches from Patton Avenue, right in the heart of our downtown, all the way to Southside Avenue. We have money for design, and we anticipate that the funding that we're looking at now and then the funding that we would be asking for with TPDF would help us understand what we would be able to build. And what I mean by that is how much we would be able to build. That's quite a large swath, so it sounds like nothing, 0.6 miles. But in that 0.6 miles, there are more property owners, business owners, residents, and what have you by far than what we dealt with in 2 miles of the rad tip. So it's quite a complex project. And when we met with the community, we heard several concerns from folks. Of course, at the time, it was before we worked with Asheville on Bikes and the Street Tweaks team to look at the corridor for potential bike and pedestrian improvements. We have some of those in a more tactical urbanism form. We also heard that many of the sidewalks were not wide enough for the amount of people that were there. There wasn't a lot of space to move buskers out of the heart of our downtown and get people around from one place to another. A really big concern for people is the stormwater that is just very visibly turns into a river, honestly. If you look at Cox Avenue during a storm event, everything from downtown is going right down there. It's actually, that used to be a ravine. It was filled in when the Battery Park Apartments, which was a hotel, was built. And underneath that are either the tributaries or the main lines of what ends up as Nasty Branch in the South Side community. So that is a huge impact to our South Side residents. And maybe some of you have seen Renee Fortner's presentation from Riverlink on the Central Avenue Watershed Plan. She details some of those issues and how we might start to address them. This is a way for us to address some of that upstream. There's also some climate issues people are concerned about, and that is just in a downtown environment. We have a lot of carbon emissions. We don't have enough trees to act as sinks. The stormwater, actually, with increased storm events, that is our largest climate threat. So the Cox Avenue Complete Street is a response to that. And we've came up with a concept that provided safer places for pedestrians, places for us to support arts and commerce that is aligned with our community, more expressions of history and culture. The South Slope Neighborhood Association has worked with members of the South Side community to talk about how the African American Heritage Trail might be supported in the area. And this would allow us to build more space for something like that. We'd be able to have safer and more permanent bike lanes, get that stormwater improvement in that we were talking about. The green infrastructure is, it's a nice piece just for how it's gonna provide shade and comfort to people who are visiting there, but it also provides this other benefit that it ties right into the stormwater issues I was talking about. So the amount that we're requesting from TPDF is $3 million. We already have over $11 million in the budget. So the overall project budget would be just over $14 million. And the next slide is just talking about the total TPDF, but I'd like to take questions about Cox Avenue if you have them.
I just wanted to say thank you to not just Asheville on Bikes, but Blue Ridge Bicycle Club, AARP, Strive, Open Streets Asheville, and all the volunteers, because the tactical urbanism is like that on-the-ground, real-time engagement that helped to inform how we got the speeds, not just for locals, but also for our visitors across the board down, making the streets safer, and that helped us to get to here. So for the record, just wanted to say thank you.
Absolutely, you're 100% correct. They were a big part of our process. So for the TPDF grant amount requested, all in all, I mentioned at the very beginning, it is $7,867,000. And hopefully during this presentation, we provided you with the background that you needed and that the community needed to better understand parts of the eligibility requirements for this funding and where it comes from. And I appreciate the mayor underscoring some of that as well, that we forgot to put in here that it is a match, and that's important. So we can take any other questions.
I have a question, going back to what I mentioned earlier about the county's ask around affordable housing. If we find on Thursday that that's a suitable ask, will we amend and include such an application, or will we have the ability to, I guess, is maybe more appropriate?
I will come back to council, and we can or cannot reconsider.
I think the practical problem is that this funding cycle is happening right now. If the affordable housing, if they determine that they can do it, it would be applicable to affordable housing that somebody's in the process of building that would, or will be in the process of building, that will be for folks that work in the tourism industry. So probably to get that on deck is not going to happen in this cycle. We're going to need that clearance to know that that's available and then put together the project to make it happen. But we'll know more Thursday when we have a meeting with them to see where they are with that.
Yeah, and that sounds like it will spark all types of new policies on when we have eligible tenants, all this stuff. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to.
So I'm curious, if we were to have a motion that says we're instructing the city manager to move forward with this, and to pursue affordable housing flexibility if that becomes an option? Does that give you more leeway to make a move?
I mean, I trust that the city manager will bring it to us if
So-
it's applicable.
Just to add a layer of complexity here. So the TBDF fund is available to city, county, all the municipalities in Buncombe County, and nonprofits. There's $15 million projected to be in this pot under the old legislation, and it has to be spent per whatever the legislation is in place at the time it's collected. We have been trying to have a coordinated effort with Buncombe County to understand what their asks are gonna be, so we're not competing with each other, we're complementing each other. They're also looking at the affordable housing piece. So, and I know Woodfin may be coming in with the Wave and their Riverside Park. So we will be out of money. So this will be out of money, yeah. So, I don't know exactly how that could be worded, but.
And there is a match, don't forget about that.
Well,
And that we would have to come up with, plus, I don't want
We
to.
do, we have funds, but
I don't want to underscore the criteria and the approach that staff took. We took shovel-ready, we need to do, I'm telling you all, there's tons of needs in our community. Infrastructure is one of them. I mean, we really, really got to get back to the basics of maintaining our assets, the ones that we have now. And this is not to understate the need for affordable housing, but this is a strategy, I think, and a resource that we can use to help us with the capital needs that we have that are really expensive and that we have no partners.
And again, this is a new process for this. A lot of it's new, the having meetings with the county and kind of working together with the TDA to line things up is new. And then us as a council formally considering the list is also a new and good, I think, good change. Yes, please, go ahead, yes.
So I'd make a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing city manager to apply for Tourism Product Development Fund grants and receive awarded funds up to the amount of $6,867,000 for the following capital projects. 1, Municipal Golf Course. 2, Swananoa Greenway. 3, WNC Nature Center Farm and Butterfly Experience. And 4, Cox Avenue, Green Street.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments before we take a roll call vote? Oh, Chris has a question or comment.
I think that resolution may
I'm
be from
sorry.
an original draft at 6.8 instead of 7.8 million.
Okay, I'll make that motion 7.867. I apologize.
And I stand corrected. So we have a motion and a second. We do actually have one person signed up to speak. I'm sorry. Scott Stevenson. We may have outlasted Scott Stevenson. Okay. All right. I don't have anyone else signed up to speak under this item. Okay, I'm going to do a roll call vote, beginning with Councilwoman Kilgore.
Aye.
Councilwoman Roney.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mosley.
Aye.
Councilwoman Turner.
Aye.
Vice Mayor.
Aye.
Myself, aye. Councilwoman Whistler.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now on to the next item. So council, we do have a closed session and staff is estimating that it will take between 30 minutes and an hour. If it was going to be brief, I would have taken a break and done that, but not when it's like that long and all these folks are waiting. So this is a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with the North Carolina Department of Transportation regarding its 4-3 lane conversion of Merriman Avenue between WT Weaver Boulevard and Midland Road. And Ken Patton going to give us the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Ken Putnam, the Transportation Department Director. And tonight I'm going to introduce you to the subject about converting Merriman Avenue from 4 lanes to 3 lanes. The key takeaways that NCDOT has programmed a project to resurface Merriman Avenue during this calendar year at a total cost of about $2.5 million. And the proposed project includes converting a section of Merriman Avenue between Midland Road and W.T. Weaver Boulevard from 4 lanes to 3 lanes. The purpose of this project is to improve safety and provide options for all multimodal users. It's also to align with the city's and NCDOT's Complete Streets goals to accommodate multimodal users. The city's cost share to implement this conversion is $275,000, and the requested action tonight is for you to approve an agreement between the City of Asheville and NCDOT. And although the city and the NCDOT staff fully expect this conversion to be successful, the agreement includes a removal clause that establishes the criteria and conditions to evaluate if safety issues would occur. Some background information. The city and NCDOT staff have been discussing this possibility of converting Merriman Avenue from the 4 lanes to 3 lanes since 2018, as requested by resolution number 18-37 that was approved by the City Council. The NCDOT adopted a Complete Streets policy during August of 2019. And when the resurfacing project was programmed in 2019, city staff asked NCDOT to explore the potential of implementing this conversion as a part of that project. During December 2021, the city and NCDOT staff initiated a public input process. There was a public meeting that was held on February 28th with over 300 attendees. A public survey was open for 30 days, and 3,000 respondents completed surveys, and the respondents, 59% of those supported this conversion. City and NCDOT staff agreed to move forward with the conversion as a partnership opportunity. The 4-lane conversion would begin at Midland Road and end at W.T. Weaver Boulevard. And although we fully expect it to be successful, the agreement will definitely include a removal clause that establishes the criteria and conditions to evaluate if safety issues would occur. Project goals, we expect crashes to decrease, speeds to decrease. It also aligns with the city's and NCDOT's Complete Streets goals regarding multimodal users, and this is an opportunity to leverage funding with a planned NCDOT project. Other concerns, the peak hour congestion, the rush hour between the AM and the PM is expected to slightly increase delay in travel time. Transit vehicles could cause some congestion, traffic backup when loading and unloading passengers. And there is community disagreement on whether or not we should implement the project. Some of the early outcomes from the Charlotte Street conversion, we have seen the crashes have decreased by as much as 59% and the speeds have decreased by 3%. Emergency vehicle response times. The Asheville Fire Department does not anticipate any negative impacts to the response times based on research and what they have experienced on Charlotte Street. Now, due to the current limited resources, the Asheville Police Department initially expressed concerns about response times for service calls, but are now comfortable with the proposed project due to the potential for the street to be converted back to 4 lanes if safety issues occurred, and APD will closely monitor the response times after the project is completed. The agreement will definitely include all the construction and maintenance responsibilities. It includes a removal clause. It includes the project cost and cost sharing amounts. And we will also, the NCDOT and city staff will meet on a quarterly basis following the implementation to review any safety and operations data, including the response time data that will be provided by APD to assess the impacts of this 3-lane conversion. The physical impact, as I mentioned, is $275,000, and if we had to revert it back, there would be a maximum cost of $300,000 to the city. As far as maintenance goes, the NCDOT will be responsible for all maintenance activities, including street sweeping per their standard maintenance cycles. And if for some reason the city would want that to happen more often on the street sweeping activities, then we would be responsible for that. Staff recommends that City Council approve this agreement between the city and NCDOT to convert Merriman Avenue from 4 lanes to 3 lanes from Midland Road to W.T. Weaver Boulevard as a part of the resurfacing project. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mayor, or answer any questions you might have.
Quick question. I was driving up Merriman the other day, and I noticed that there are 3 Midland that run into Merriman, intersect. I assume they're circular. So is it the northernmost Midland?
It's the first one you would get to right when
So
you leave.
it's the most southern?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I have a few questions.
Sure.
Okay. First of all, I noticed that you said that the cost would be $275,000. Yet in the report, it actually said the deposit would be $275,000, and any other cost after that would be the responsibility of the city. Did I not read that right? In the actual.
No, when we sign the agreement and send it to the DOT, then we would send with them a check for $275,000. That's the anticipated cost to the city to
Yes.
make the traffic signal changes.
Yes.
Then after
But that's not the full, it's anticipated, but it could be more, right? According to what I was reading, that's what it basically.
Right, it could be more when the project is finished, and if the actual cost came in more, then we would be invoiced for the difference.
Yes.
If it came in less, we would get the money back.
Exactly. So we don't really have a set cost on that. Okay, and then the other thing that you said, when you said that the actual survey that you did basically consisted of 4,000 participants, yet I was just wondering, do you actually have the addresses or the names of those people so we can tell whether or not those participants are actually local participants that participated in that survey? Because if, and that's one of my concerns. Do you know if you have that?
Okay, the survey itself was established between the NCDOT and the city, and I don't have the information as to whether or not we have actual addresses for everyone that filled out the survey.
Yes, 'cause that is a big concern for me because I just can't imagine. I was actually at the open house during February that they had, and I'm just very, I just very suspicious about the 4,000 number. I think that the majority of those participants were not local. The other thing I have a concern about is because of the high traffic that occurs on Merriman Avenue, I'm concerned that it is a public safety issue to some degree. I think to introduce bicycles in a high traffic area is a danger not only to the people in the community, because basically what happens is if you basically say it's okay, a lot of the bicyclists are professional. They can pretty much ride their bikes anywhere. But when you start introducing bicycle lanes in a high traffic area, then you're pretty much inviting anybody to come down to use these bicycles. Use these bicycle lanes. And to me, to encourage the use of bicycle in high traffic areas, to me, is irresponsible. Another thing I'm concerned about is you basically said that when people talk about Charlotte Street and the road diet, and you compare it with Merriman Avenue, those cannot actually be compared because the traffic patterns are so different and they're so much heavier. If you look at the amount of traffic on Charlotte Street, I think it was something like maybe 11,000, 15,000, some, and these particulars the particular data that you're using was actually, took place in 2016. And 2016, and now we're in 2022, which is basically, what's that, by 4, 5, 6 years difference, and I'm quite sure the population has changed as well as the traffic patterns have changed. Charlotte Street basically consists of a lot of houses on their street, residential, and very few businesses. But yet and still, if you look at Merriman, you're looking at over 180 businesses located with different turns, lots of turns to actually get to them. And then the traffic, I think, is something like, even if it was 2016, it was running something like between 21 and 25,000 automobiles a day, which I'm quite sure that's a lot higher. And then if you look at the center lane, basically, you look at, you've got about 6 bus stops going down Merriman. And if you're behind a bus, and how many people are going to use that center lane to get around that bus? And basically, if you're looking at, and not only that, it increases actual, I think it was something like 17 minutes. It adds to your actual time to get, getting from one point to the other once they put this road diet in. So what is that going to do to the transit? And I truly believe not only that, because you do have so many turns to different businesses, because you have so many businesses aligned on Merriman Avenue, then you've got the issue with cars being in that center lane that's turning here or turning there. And then even if you've got these lanes and you have an emergency vehicle coming up the street, because the traffic could be so heavy, how do those cars merge back into the other lane when an emergency vehicle is coming through? So I think that we're looking at, I think that basically until, it's like, it may be a good idea in reality, in the long run, but right now, where we're looking at, I think until we get I-26 completely completed, so we can actually be able to judge how the traffic is affected. And then not only that, we've got Urban Village up on, I think it's right there across from, on Merriman Avenue, across from Ingalls. That's designed Urban Village. So, and then you're looking at Charlotte Street developments that are actually coming down the pipeline. So you're looking at all this growth here, but yet and still we're going to consider moving to a road diet, which basically will affect all these things will be affected. And the one thing I'm concerned about too is how often does the DOT actually put a clause into a conversion that basically say, if this doesn't work after a certain period of time, then you're gonna have to pay for it to convert it back. How often is that clause used? And also, if you look at the amount of money basically that you're looking at, 275,000, maybe more, and 300,000 to convert back, we're looking at, in the long run, possibly close to $1 million for something that we don't even know it's gonna work. So I'm saying that I think to be more fiscally responsible, we should look into spending that money. That money can be utilized more in the community right now, as opposed to doing something on a trial basis that it basically only suits or just a small amount of people. So that's my take on that. Thank you.
So, all those comments were directed at you, Ken, but obviously you're not.
No, I'm not.
You're just,
No,
so
not,
do you have any?
No, I wasn't directing those at
Okay,
Ken.
I wasn't sure if
No,
you
no,
were.
I'm just
Okay.
directing them to what Ken said.
Okay.
No,
So-
he's
and,
just
And I don't know if, Ken, if you want to address any of what Councilwoman Kilgore said. I think I heard some things that are not accurate in what you said, although I know you're not supportive of it, but I just for the public, we might want to clarify some of the yeah, so for one of the, for my own, and Ken, you don't have to,
Have a seat.
yeah. From my understanding is that we're talking about the section from where Weaver tees into Merriman North, and that section actually has a traffic count similar to Charlotte Street. The area from Weaver to town is heavier and does have more traffic and would not be eligible for a road diet. However, the Weaver to Beaver Lake section, it is similar to Charlotte Street. The commute time is not expected to be 17 minutes more. And the emergency response, my understanding is that actually the emergency response vehicles have been able to use the center lane on Charlotte Street, and that is what the Federal Highway Administration will show you in their examples of road diets, and why we're hearing that the fire department is supportive of the road diet. And I don't know if other folks have questions for Ken, but I would take this moment to say some things, and Ken, you can sit down if you want to. But I've lived up in North Asheville since 1988. I've lived in Norwood Park. I've lived off of Kimberly, and I now live off of Beaver Dam. And I have 3 sons, 20, 18, and almost newly permitted driver at 15. My mother, my father, my family all live in North Asheville. I commute into downtown to my to either to City Hall or to my law firm every day, and I will along this road diet. I think of everybody on council, I'm probably the one, Gwen, you're up on Kimberly, but I definitely have to use this corridor every day. I grocery shop on it, I go to the dry cleaner, I go to the post office, whatever, just like probably some people who are here that are gonna speak on this. To me, this is a safety issue. I understand there's a lot of conversation around bikes and bike usage and whether it should be supported because of that. If bikers are able to use this corridor safely, that is a great benefit. But for me, this is a safety issue. The number of accidents on this section of Merriman is very high when compared to similar roads. In fact, I've heard it's the highest when compared to similar roads in North Carolina. And I'm seeing one of our guests from DOT nodding his head. That's unacceptable. I personally have written letters to the DOT asking for a red light to be installed after a pedestrian is killed by a car. I have a neighbor whose son killed a pedestrian accidentally in an early morning collision right in front of Avenue M. I think we have a duty. We have a duty to make this road safer for our community, and it is unacceptable the level of danger surrounding this road right now. I've had all my children in North Asheville. I pushed them all in baby strollers up and down Merriman. I have run it with my walked it with my parents, run it by myself, crossed every which way possible, and I'm very excited that the Department of Transportation in North Carolina has adopted a complete streets policy, which allows for the potential for road diets. We've done many road diets now in Asheville. We've done Weaver Boulevard. We've done College Street downtown. We've done Charlotte Street. We have 3 more in the pipeline behind this. And this is a trend you're seeing in cities across the nation to reclaim streets that were once 2-lane roads. And that's what Merriman was. It was a 2-lane road. And now for many, many years in America, we just widened and widened and widened. And we've learned that just continuing to widen roads is not compatible with a livable city. If we want it to be safe for people who are differently abled, maybe use a wheelchair or a walker, or parents who want to push strollers, or if they do want to ride a bike, we have to think of a different way to make our streets livable. What I'm not hearing is a lot of objection from business owners, because business owners know this is good for business. And it is good for business. It's absolutely good for business, and that is the truth. How many times have we seen a car plow into a business on Merriman, into the corner where CVS Pharmacy is? I've seen a car all the way up on the curb, and the former Asian market on Merriman Avenue had a car plow right into it. So, to me, with my children driving it, with my family driving it, with my friends and my neighbors driving it, I think it's imperative for us to make it safer. And I think this change will be good. I think, I personally have spoken with our Department of Transportation representative on the board, on the Transportation Board, and we have tried to work very closely with the DOT on this project. Their engineers have taken a very close look at it and feel that it can work for our community, there is an out clause, and that is because this is a change that is significant, and I think it is natural for people to sort of say, I'm not sure, I don't really understand, is this definitely gonna work? What if it doesn't work? And I think to assure folks that there is a way to change it if it's needed, it's there. But it is not expected that it will be needed.
And also, I mean, just so you know, I did a little research with the MPO and asked, I'm sorry, the Metropolitan Planning Organization, which Councilwoman Roney and I are members of, to just ask about this out clause and ask, are we the only ones who have been asked to execute the out clause? And actually, 2 other municipalities were identified and that were asked to have this out clause, and neither of them have been asked to use it. So it's not as if NCDOT has selected this and is so nervous about it that, you know, we're the first and only ones that are required to have this out clause. This is something that other municipalities have agreed to. We're not being just singled out for this. Is that right, Mark? Okay.
Oh, one other thing, when you said that the accidents on Merriman Avenue, you were saying that, now tell me, were those accidents that you're talking about between Weaver and Midland, or did it take in consideration the whole Merriman Avenue when we were talking about the high accident or death count?
Can you answer that question in terms of the location of the accidents?
Yes, I can. DOT supplied a 10-year crash history along the entire section from Midland all the way to I-240. And then they did a separate run from W.T. Weaver down to I-240, and they did a separate run from W.T. Weaver back to Midland.
Yes, well, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure out.
That
result was.
And the results are, the crash rates are high on every scenario that they did.
On the whole thing. That's what I thought. Yeah, yeah. And they're not concerned about it. I understand that, but you also have the bottleneck issue with it being there. So, I mean, I understand you're saying you didn't doing a portion of it, but still, the bottleneck will delay.
If you look at the travel time on Charlotte Street, travel times have decreased 3%. 3%.
Because people take the side roads.
That's not true. They actually, no, that's not true.
They're going through Edwin and Kimberly.
Councilwoman Kilgore, that is not true. They actually have checked to see if people are dodging off on the side roads, and the data is not supporting that.
And Ken, can you address, or if DOT wants to, the projection on what the reduction in travel time as a result of the road diet might be? Because I remember back when you were estimating it for Charlotte Street, you estimated substantially higher than it actually turned out to be, that the delay was, the actual delay is less than what we were projecting it to be. But I'm wondering for this proposal, if DOT or the city has come up with any estimate relative to an increase in travel time.
No, we haven't. And Mark, have you?
We have our division engineer with us for DOT.
I was going to say, Mark, you know, you work.
This is why you waited so long to.
Although Mark just got a recent promotion, I think, so.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I appreciate the opportunity to come speak to you. I have to say that y'all work very hard. It's almost past my bedtime, so to be standing up here at 9 o'clock. But certainly appreciate the opportunity to come before you, and you're right, I can address that here in just a moment with our new division engineer who's here, so I'll introduce him in a moment. But as far as the travel time expectations, I think based off of what my staff has told me in our congestion management units, it's about 17%, which correlates to about 2 to 3 minutes of delay. So hopefully that clarifies that question to some degree. So.
I'd like to
Did you have your light on?
I do have a question. However, I fear that it's a very simple question in light of this very serious discussion point. I'm just simply curious. There were 3 points made on a slide about like concern from the community and so on. And this is probably a question for Ken, I'm sorry. Is it not
I guess I might be breaking a local rule. When a bus is stopped on the side of the road picking up passengers, are we not allowed to use the adjacent turn lane to go around it? Because I'm reading online, you are. I'm not sure if this is a local rule. I think I'm doing this. So please tell me if I should not be.
Well, the real purpose of the
Yeah,
center
not a school
turn.
bus. I don't mean a school bus, sorry. Transit buses.
Well, yeah, we're not talking about having to stop for the bus. The real purpose of the turn lane is for turning movements. Now, over time, especially on 5-lane curb and gutter roads, what that lane has defaulted to is someone's trying to get out from a side street, especially making a left turn, they'll get into that lane, either sit there or try to accelerate, almost use it like an acceleration lane, which is not good at all.
Oh, I do that
because
too.
they're looking behind them to see if it's clear to move over. That there may be someone ahead of them that's trying to sit in there to make a left turn.
Right.
So to answer your question, the real purpose of the turn lane is only for turns.
Sure. So,
But if you were to do that maneuver and go around a bus, you won't get a ticket, but it could cause a crash.
okay, so it's dangerous, but not
It's not
necessarily
safe,
illegal.
right?
That makes me feel slightly better, I think. Thanks.
But I would
Sorry
say,
to
I
interrupt
would
our
add,
very serious portion.
I would add, if this were indeed a project that would meet the level of being in the transportation improvement program, then a road diet would probably include the possibility of providing turnouts for the bus to be able to pull off. But this is a resurfacing project and it can't accommodate that. It has to be done within the right of way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
May I ask Mark a question with the DOT? I noticed that in 2018, basically, your design for Merriman Avenue was 5 lanes. And I'm just trying to figure out, with the increase in population, increase in traffic, and now we're down to 3. So I'm just wondering,
So
how did you get there?
there was actually 2 projects proposed about 4 years ago. We had public hearings on those. Did not have a lot of support from the city of Asheville on those projects as well. And certainly didn't have much support for those projects from the community. So we listened and went back to the MPO, and basically those projects were removed from the STIP, from the program. So they no longer exist. So I think there was an indication there that the community was looking at something other than widening, as the mayor pointed out a little while ago. So I think going to a 3-lane, I'll just say, from DOT's perspective, that this is not an end-all, be-all, fix-all project. If it were a STIP type project, then we would be incorporating bus pullouts, transit pullouts, improved sidewalks. We would, probably have a separation between the bike lanes and the travel lanes. That's, in a perfect scenario with tens of millions, if not $100 million, that's the type of project we're talking about. Here we're using resurfacing funds. And basically we started these conversations with the city initially about 4 years ago, but really started seriously talking about it about a year ago. So to be able to come to this point where we can do a project like this within a year, 15 months time frame is just, if you know DOT, that's pretty much unheard of. So to do a project that quickly. So we're utilizing those funds, those resurfacing funds as a low-cost measure to try to improve the safety. And just from a safety standpoint, generally speaking, the average reduction in the number of accidents on one of these type facilities is about 29%. I think the range was 17 to 47% or something like that. Now, Charlotte Street experienced a 59% decrease in accidents. We don't expect that. I'll just say, I'm not sure we would even experience 29% reduction in accidents because there's some factors there that you don't have on Charlotte Street. So you have more driveways, you have more businesses, and you do have slightly more traffic on Merriman Avenue than what you have on Charlotte Street. But we do expect that this will be a safer facility as a result of this. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be standing before you advocating for this project, working with the city. And I have to say, if I can just take a moment to say that Ken and his staff have been tremendous to work with. debated, we've deliberated, we've fought, and, you know, but we've come to a consensus on what we think will work. And
Because I was actually at a event where I think you were speaking about it, and basically, I think the conversation went like this, that you all, the DOT, was basically coming in just to resurface Merriman Avenue, but you were approached by the city of Asheville with a plan.
That's correct. We were approached. I deliberated with other members of DOT staff, our Integrated Mobility Division, our Congestion Management Unit, our state traffic engineer. I've talked to him multiple times. We've not made this decision in a box. It's been a collaborative effort with multiple units within the Department of Transportation to come to this conclusion, and also with the city of Asheville, and listening to the public as well. So we've worked hard to try to get to this point. The majority of the public does support the project, 59 to 41%, based off of the survey numbers that we have, and I know you disagree with those numbers.
The reason I do is because I actually went to the event, okay, because I wanted to get information on it.
Right.
And when I got to the event, I walked around, and basically there was no one to talk to, basically, except for people giving out pamphlets of what a great idea this was, and the pictures on the walls basically all supported this road diet. There was no one I could talk to that actually had a different point of view. And a gentleman walked up behind me and he said, "What do you think?" And I said, "I'm against it." And he says, "How?" He said, "You work for the city, right?" And I said, "Yes." He said, "How can you be against it where your city is promoting it? Look around." And it actually did. So, and that to me was very upsetting, because it actually did not give the other side of it, or give an option for it. And like you said, you're looking at this 4,000, unless I could sort of see data as to who those 4,000 people were, I'm not seeing it, because I have talked to numerous people. I mean, I pretty much have not I ran into one guy that was a biker who told me, he said, he says, "I'm not really for it or against it." He said, "But we've got enough bicycle trails or whatever." He said, "We don't need to come in the city on busy streets." Other than that, pretty much everyone that I have run into basically are against the road diet. So I guess it depends on who you're talking to.
So hearing your concerns, I'll just name that, for me, I do see another option. And the other option is that we keep things the way they are. And the crash ratio on that, when I look at our role on the MPO with Gwen, is we say that we're going to get serious about reducing our fatal and non-fatal crashes, and this is exactly an opportunity for us to do it. Even if it's just during the repave, and it couldn't be to the fullness that we would hope to see one day, being able to use the resources that we have. I just want to extend gratitude for the openness and flexibility that DOT has brought to the table on this, and to our staff. To use a simile from the Nature Center, it might be time for Merriman to have a metamorphosis, I think was the word we were looking for earlier. And I also wanted to share that the Bike Pedestrian Task Force and the Multimodal Transportation Commission made a recommendation in February that reads, bicycle and pedestrian facilities are essential to Merriman Avenue and to the 4-3 lane conversion, which should extend the length of Merriman Avenue and should extend to Chestnut, with transitional treatments made through I-240 to provide safe and predictable facilities for all people moving by a variety of modes. That passed unanimously and was maintained at the May meeting of the Multimodal Transportation Commission. And I will honor that, having walked, biked, taken the bus, and driven on this corridor, eventually the treatment will need to be addressed to be more safe to go to Chestnut, because that's where grocery resources are and the connection to neighborhoods. But this is a great first step, in my opinion. And I also want to say thank you for the opportunity to extend the timeline to revisit whether or not we would need to revert it, because it will take time for folks to adapt behaviors and for us to assess whether or not we're getting the outcomes that we need to get everybody to their destination safely, which is why I'm prepared to support.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, make that a motion.
So, I think I have it here. I move to approve a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into and execute a construction and maintenance agreement with the NCDOT in order to implement a 4-3 lane conversion along US 25 Merriman Avenue from Midland Road to W.T. Weaver Boulevard as part of a resurfacing project that will be completed by the NCDOT during calendar year 2022.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And Council, we do have opportunity to discuss this a little more if we want to, but we do have a bunch of people signed up to speak. And I don't know about you, are you getting your like blood sugar doing okay? But, so is it all right? I'm gonna move into the public comment. Okay. We have this many signed up. Okay, so folks, you have 3 minutes to speak, and our clerk, Maggie Burleson, will keep the time. You don't have to use all 3 minutes, but you can. And I'm just gonna go in order of the sign up. So the first to sign up is Cynthia Frazier.
Yes, can you hear me? All right. I'm Cynthia Frazier. I am a commercial business owner on Merriman Avenue. I've been there since 1986, so I got you for a couple of years. I am a business owner as well. I've had a business on Merriman Avenue since 1986. I own a apartment building there as well with 3 apartments in it. And I am dead set against this. I have seen everything known to man on Merriman Avenue since the 80s. I had a woman killed on the corner of Merriman and Coleman on my birthday a few years ago. That problem was solved with a traffic light. I had written DOT numerous letters over the years asking for a light at the corner of Coleman and Merriman, and by God, it stopped all wrecks. We used to have a wreck every 3 or 4 days on that corner. To me, the solution on Merriman is not a diet. It is traffic lights at the places where people are being killed. Graceland would be another good place to put one because people were killed there as well. This diet is not going to make anything safer. In fact, I fear it's going to kill cyclists. When you get these people in this center lane, which is going to be nose to nose constantly, what's going to happen is some guy or woman in another lane that's going the opposite direction who decides to be the nice one and actually stop and give you a chance to turn where you're trying to turn into a business, they're going to go, come on, and you're going to hit it to make that turn. And that cyclist that was 3 cars back suddenly was right there, and bam, you just put that cyclist to the ground. That's what I fear. I'm so much more concerned with more pedestrians being killed than anyone being saved. And I read this thing about Charlotte Street here saying that, you know, that right here on DOT specifically said, while the results of Charlotte Street configuration are promising, DOT does not consider it a fair comparison to Merriman Avenue, given the difference in motorist volume and driveway density between the 2 corridors. Here in your own paperwork here, it says there will be motorist delays at intersections expected. Transit vehicles will cause congestion. Peak hour congestion, these are all in your own words. What they hadn't even talked about was what happens on trash day. We got trash men, they're stopping. Everybody's piled up. Recycling trucks.
That's Maggie's gentle timer.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Delivery trucks, those
Thank
are the
you.
worst.
All right, then-
Yesterday, 10 minutes, I saw one sit there.
Thank you. The next person signed up to speak is Clark Mackey.
Council, staff, DOT. My name's Clark Mackey. I'm the current board chair of Asheville on Bikes, and we support this project. Many of y'all are familiar with Mike Sewell, our executive director. He regrets that he can't be here. He actually texted me a minute ago and said he feels like he's missing prom, but he's home with a family problem and could not come. So, but I am here to speak as Asheville on Bikes. And before I get into the rest of my remarks, I wanted to say thank you, because it's not easy to advance a project that is asking our world to change. We understand that it is controversial to change a city street. We understand that streets and transportation are the other side of the land use coin. And then we make changes like this, it does affect all of our lives. I live on this corridor. I see these accidents happen every day. They have involved my neighbors. And I want to point out a few things. Each of you received a letter from Asheville on Bikes this week. And I'm just going to hit the high points, but the road is failing the city now, and it's failing all users of the road. These collisions are car to car, they're car to pedestrian. There are a few cycling accidents on it, even though pedestrians and cyclists avoid this street like the plague. So this is not a situation where we're making a change that is completely aspirational. We have a malfunctioning shared asset of the community. And there is good research that indicates why a 3-lane traffic pattern can help solve these problems. And y'all have already talked about some of those things. But the stats on Merriman are true, that you're 150% more likely to be involved in a collision on this road when compared with any similar road in North Carolina. It is much more dangerous than I realized when I first started using the road. I also note a number of vacant properties on Merriman. And for years, as I've driven up and down, I've wondered why are there so many pieces of real estate in some state of disrepair or left vacant when a road like Haywood Road just fills in and fills in and fills in and fills in. So in a city where properties are being shoehorned in next to each other, one of the reasons those properties are vacant, in my anecdotal opinion, is that it's dangerous to use the road. And if you can't get to the businesses safely, you don't go there. So making this road safer and slower will improve business on the corridor. This project is not primarily about cycling. It's about these safety and health benefits for the community. And the bike lane is the best use of that extra space once we go from a 4-lane pattern to a 3-lane. But even Asheville on Bikes recognizes that the main benefit here is for all of us to go down the road more safely and get to the places we need to go. Now, that bike lane provides a place for all of the multimodal access that needs to happen in the future in our city to happen. 8.3% of Asheville city residents do not own a car. And if our streets are just for cars, they have no way to get around.
Thank you.
Thank you. We support this project and hope you'll vote yes.
Thanks. The next person I've signed up to speak is George, and George, I can't quite read the handwriting, but I think it's Lycan. Oh, he's not here. Okay. Jerry Kitch. I think it's Jerry. Yes. Thank you.
Well, I have a couple of comments that I'd like to make about the project. I'm against it, of course. But the reason, the way it's been presented as if it is already done. It's a job that everybody's accepted. The council has accepted it, the city's accepted it, as have the people from the Department of the DOT, the city planning. But if you recall how this began to be explained to the public like myself who are against it, it started with the 28th meeting in which 300 people attended. And it was, as I think was depicted earlier, not a discussion meeting. It was a meeting to sell the concept and the road itself. It was really not something that left anyone who came there with the thought of trying to educate themselves to hear a discussion or to be a part of a discussion could get anything from it. We got nothing from that. I believe that we have a lot of traffic problems, but we began by saying the number of traffic accidents from Woodfin to the end of or the beginning of the road to Weaverville had 847 accidents. I think someone said, yes, we did a survey of whether or not they were all on that stretch and whether they were in that final stretch, which we are not touching, which has the higher traffic accident rate, I believe, but not stated. In other words, we're attributing saving lives and reducing traffic accidents on a part of the largest part and the least traveled part, or the least traffic affected part of the whole Merriman Avenue. So I think we need to think in terms of, is this really what's necessary? One of the other speakers said something earlier. I believe that Merriman Avenue badly needs repaving. We need to get the road up to a standard good road, and it hasn't been for a good number of years. That causes accidents. We have potholes. Traffic lights permit left turns when oncoming traffic may not be visible. That causes accidents. I think that if you look at the accidents from turning left, the bulk of them will be because someone got tired of waiting and decided, I've got to make that trip across the left-hand lane. And what happened? There was a car coming that she or he could not see. So we need to attend to that.
Thank
Traffic light speeds are posted but not observed on the traffic in Asheville on Merriman Avenue. and
Thank
need to
you.
be so.
The next person signed up to speak is Steve Frazier.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here and allowing us the time to comment on this. Cynthia and I, my wife just spoke. We own a business on Merriman Avenue, so I'm up and down Merriman Avenue all day, every day, several times, and I know all the potholes and the places to dodge, so I know a lot about Merriman Avenue. And over the years, I've realized that the main problem with Merriman Avenue is not the road itself, it's the people that drive on it. So that's the main problem with Merriman. And I don't think that changing this road and doing the traffic flows is going to do nothing but cause more congestion. And I don't feel like it's going to change anything because you can't legislate good driving behavior. As far as the survey, I agree with Councilman Kilgore. We were at that February meeting too, and I felt like, oh, let's go in here and get a chance, because we haven't done this meeting and council thing before. And we walked in to think, oh, let's see what they have to say. And it's like, it wasn't what you got to say. It's like, look what we're getting ready to do for you. It was like it's already been decided. Like, why are we even here? It's already decided, for crying out loud. Let's go home. And also the 59%, as you mentioned, I've been WLOS Citizen Times, every place I've seen where you could put in public comment. My thought was it's probably 70 to 80% negative. So I don't know where this 59% came from. But, you know, so Council Lady Campbell speaking earlier, talking about
He's the city manager.
or whatever. This lady right here talking about, she was saying the infrastructure and what we spend money on and blah, blah. And I was like, okay, well, that makes a lot of sense. I really like the way she's talking. So to me, it seems like with all the issues that Asheville and the city council and everybody has to deal with, that an expensive experiment on Merriman Avenue doesn't seem to be like that should be one of them. That's all I have.
Thank you. Cindy Hamilton.
Thank you. And how do I advance it? Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members and staff. My name is Cindy Hamilton, and I've lived off Merriman Avenue for the last 20 years. I'm speaking against the Merriman Avenue road diet. This was supposed to address safety for all users. However, overlaying the data from the Charlotte Street road diet onto Merriman is fundamentally flawed and unsafe. They're actually incomparable. I have the same quote that was mentioned earlier, so I'm not gonna read it, but Ken agrees that they're not comparable. There have been no road diet examples, actually, that have been brought forward that contain the material conditions that we have on Merriman Avenue. The safety benefits being discussed for Merriman are therefore not comparable. It should be noted that accidents while taking a right-hand turn on Charlotte Street have actually gone up, not as it was incorrectly labeled on the Charlotte Street analysis report. They've gone up by 300%. These are actually the very turns that will take the vehicles straight into the cycling lane. So one of the other main issues are the obstacles that are on Merriman. We all are familiar with them. The trash truck that I sat behind took 7 minutes to stop at this one stop. Next up are the delivery trucks. These occur daily. It's not unusual, many times a day on both sides of the roads. These trucks don't pull into the business parking lots because often they're 18-wheelers and they can't take the right turn and there's no place to put them. So they sit on Merriman. Now, as you can see in the diagram, the trucks and buses can't pull over into the bike lane should we put the bike lane there because it's only 5 feet. Vehicles wanting to get through can't use the center lane. The reason why is even if it were free, it's illegal to pass in the turn lane in North Carolina. There's a great risk that there'll be more cars and bike accidents. First responders have already spoken out previously and know their response time will increase. If council proceeds and these warnings bear out, it will be a liability for the city and its taxpayers. Here's the bottom line. The road diet is already obsolete for Merriman. Merriman is already about two decades past its volume that would work for the road diet. At the public open house, the lead NCDOT engineer agreed that Merriman was already at the outer limit for volume. The traffic count was assessed during COVID with retail space empty. NCDOT gave the city of Asheville 3 options for Merriman, and the road diet was only one of them. We need to consider other options and do more research. A non-biased survey instrument would absolutely show that your constituents, the businesses, the retail workers, and the people that bag groceries at Ingalls would not vote for this.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Frank Dozier.
Yeah. Frank Dozier. Can you hear me? Oh. I live in North Asheville. I always have. I'm 70 years old, and I grew up out there. I live out there. I work on Merriman Avenue. And Mayor, you're the only person I've ever known that was against this. So I don't know.
For?
I mean, that was for it. I'm
Right.
sorry, you were for it, yeah. And everybody that's speaking here has taken stuff off my list, including, I have pictures I've driven, every time I see, my business is on Merriman Avenue as well. And when I see one of these, I stop and I take a picture. I just didn't go to the trouble to put it into a PowerPoint and bring it today. They don't even show the ramp down for hand trucks to haul stuff in. And I was told by planning and zoning at that meeting that they could park in the middle in the turn lane and hand truck it across to the business. Now that's really safe. Now we have really created safety. I've got this big hand truck and I'm hand trucking merchandise across the one lane that handles 22,000 cars a day into a business. That's ridiculous. And I have seen this over and over. You gotta follow trash trucks, you've got recycle trucks, you've got school buses, you've got city buses. All of those stop, go, and shut down the only lane that's going north or south. I travel this every day, and I don't even travel it during the busy middle of the day because I gotta work. But if I ever go out, I run into something like this over and over. Now, I changed all my notes because Ms. Kilgore covered everything from the get-go, as if I had written it for her. This is life. Anybody that thinks we should adapt the new life, this is the new world, you're wrong. The traffic is what it is. You can get the cars off of there, but the cars, when they're there, they've got to have some place to go. And if they're backed up, they're going to be backed up to the previous traffic light. I was very disappointed at the meeting in February. My degree in school, in college, was in political science, and that was a perfect case for manipulating a topic or a project. It couldn't have been any better. Everybody there was running around. It was chaos, running around trying to find somebody to talk to, and I knew the people to ask, and I got answers that are different than what you guys were getting, even from the NCDOT. NCDOT was telling me, we have paint and we have asphalt, and we're gonna put it down, and the city can decide where we're gonna put it in the northern half. So I'm against it. I haven't met anybody that is for it. And I'm on Merriman Avenue all the time.
Oh, okay, thank you. Randy Warren?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Randy Warren. I'm a small business owner. I'm a vice chair of the Multimodal Transportation Commission. Both Asheville and the state of North Carolina endorse Vision Zero, and we hardly ever talk about it. But it's a worldwide thing, but it's also a statewide thing, and it's a citywide thing. And it's a strategy to eliminate all traffic fatalities and severe injuries while increasing safe, healthy, and equitable mobility for all. Research shows us that communities are happy when we're active, but this really doesn't even have to do with that. That's a byproduct really of this project. Our AIM program, our plan specifically states that Asheville has worked to connect residents and visitors with destinations in ways that strengthen the community's social, economic, and physical environment. And this project will directly do that. This street we know is dangerous, and even though some people feel like it will be more dangerous with the 4-to-3 conversion, that's a feeling. Research backs up that it won't be more dangerous. And it's not just saying that it's different than Charlotte. There's situations all over the state that the state DOT looks at, and it's not even just the state too, but the nation and the world, that shows this type of configuration is safer. So if safety really is our number one goal as a community, which we and the state say that it is, there's really no reason to vote not to approve this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Thompson.
Hi there, thanks for being here so late tonight. My name is Jen Thompson, and I've lived here in Asheville since 2005. I am a mom of 2 daughters, 8 and 11, and I am a supporter for the Merriman Avenue project. Safe transportation is a value to me and my family. We're avid cyclists, both on the road and in the mountains. And I often use my e-bike cargo bike to get around, to get to schools, to get to businesses, to run errands. And in the past 2 years of e-biking with my kids, as much as I can, even in the rain, it's far more efficient time-wise, and I do help reduce the demand on city parking in Asheville. So as the Merriman Avenue street is currently configured, I'm unable to safely ride to restaurants, businesses, schools. In fact, my dear friend, I know it's been brought up a lot, but my dear friend and his family were nearly killed several times crossing the Charlotte Street prior to the road diet being put in place, and now their neighborhood is vibrant and safer. And I just feel like Merriman neighbors deserve the same. So your vote tonight has future implications, and please continue the momentum towards safer streets in our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And finally, the last person I've signed up to speak under this is Brad Carpenter.
Hi, I'm Brad Carpenter. My family and I live about 150 feet off of Merriman. We have so for 7 years, and we moved there because it was relatively walkable and bikeable. So my daughter and I have been biking I've been biking her to school for about 6 years now, since she was, I think, 3. Pretty much every day that we can possibly do it, except for rain. And, we just love to do that because it's healthier, it's fun, and I just prefer not to drive. But there's really no easy way to get her to school without biking on Merriman. So because of that, and everyone knows the sidewalks need repairing and that there's really no infrastructure for biking on Merriman, we're asking you to support this road diet. So instead of being fearful of change and afraid of things, not working out perfectly, I trust the DOT and the city to work these details out that people have concerns with. I trust that we'll have slower cars, and we'll have a safer way soon with bike lanes and more slower cars to get to where we're going. Thanks.
Brad, I gotta ask you, did you used to ride a tandem bike with her?
I did.
And now she's graduated to her own bike?
Yeah, you'll
I've been
see me.
watching you for years.
Yep.
On my
You'll see.
way to my mom's
Yeah.
house every morning.
I'm the guy dragging the bike.
Yeah,
in the
and
right
you
hand.
hold it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. So, yeah, I've biked on that road over 1,200 times, so. if
It's
people
fun
do-
watching her grow
Yep,
up.
Yep, thanks. Thank you.
Okay, that was the last speaker we had signed up to speak under this item. Questions, comments? We already have a motion. Are we ready to vote? Okay. You guys are like, whatever we have to vote on, we're voting.
Only thing I can say is this. I just want to say this. I just would hate to be the person to go to a mother or father or a family member to say that they were injured or killed on their bike on Merriman. That's all I have to say.
Okay, we're gonna, Councilwoman Roney, we're starting with you. Councilwoman Roney.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mosley.
Aye.
Councilwoman Turner.
Aye.
Vice Mayor.
Aye.
Myself, aye. Councilwoman Whistler.
Aye.
Councilwoman Kilgore.
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you. We have concluded that item. Oh, I'm sorry. Please introduce your
Yeah,
team,
sorry.
please.
I-
Yes,
and
thank you.
I apologize, but the new division engineer will be Tim Anderson. He's over here, and I also have our senior planning engineer, Hannah Cook. So glad to have them here.
Thank you.
especially since they
Welcome.
stayed so long.
Oh,
Tell Mark,
Mark, your new title.
tell us, yeah, and
Yes.
how you're not going to forget us.
So I'm not going to forget you. I never will forget you. So, I will be
Not
the
after
new
this.
Western Deputy Chief Engineer.
Well, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Appreciate that.
Thank you all for coming this evening. Okay, council, this last item on here is the first step in a process of just asking the city manager to review a proposal to rebuild Jones Park. And based on, I was talking with the vice mayor earlier, and I think a little bit of clarification, just once again, this is an unusual situation. The Asheville City Schools last summer tore down Jones Park, I believe it was in August, and sent a letter to all the parents saying that they had to tear it down because it was dilapidated and that when they had the funds, they would rebuild it. And we have community members that have raised the funds privately to rebuild the park, but the school system has declined to allow the park to be rebuilt. And they had a long meeting about it and stated their various reasons why they don't want that. But they have graciously offered the city the opportunity to take this park onto its rolls. So I have also in this strange arrangement that we have in Buncombe County, or unique, I will say, Buncombe County is actually responsible for the capital and maintenance for city facilities. So this school facilities, man, if it was the city facilities, that would be great. Yeah. I'm sorry, for the school facilities, for the Asheville City school facilities. So I had a conversation with the county manager. She said that they would project manage the rebuilding of the park. So our staff time would not need to be dedicated to that, other than the fact that it will be constructed in the city, so permitting and those sorts of things. They would project manage it, work with the private donors to project manage it. And once it's complete, the city school system would either deed or lease the land to us. That is the proposal. It would then become the city's obligation to maintain it and eventually, like with any park, maintain it and then eventually replace it. So that is the proposal. We do not have, as we talked at our last meeting, any particular process for this because it is not city land and it wasn't a city park. When this park was originally built 20 years ago, the city did agree to maintain it for the first 5 years, but that was long ago. So, we obviously have situations where the city is maintaining parks that are not on city property in exchange for use of the property. We're gonna see that coming up at our next meeting with the Carolina Day School potential arrangement. We have different scenarios, but all that we're talking about here tonight is whether or not to direct staff to review the proposal. Not an up or down, do we want to do it or not, but asking staff to review the proposal. And of course, that'll involve talking with the donors, talking with the county, and sort of coming back to us with their review of it and recommendations. We don't have to have a motion and a vote. It doesn't have to be a formal thing tonight. I know it's very late, but.
I'm supportive of that, though. I appreciate the context, too. I feel like there's so much to learn and understand about this, and I would appreciate the staff's insight into this, so I'm supportive of a inquiry, review, et cetera.
And can we, here I go again.
I'm in support of it too.
Yeah, I'm gonna support it also, but can we double and triple check that the school board itself wants to go down this road? Because I ran into someone at a coffee shop and they said they were gonna wait until the new folks were elected to move forward. So can we look into that too?
Yeah, I think it's, I personally have met with the school board members, with the superintendent, with our manager, with the county, more than one time. And it has been a fluid, yet unproductive
All of the school
process.
board members, or
No.
one speaking on behalf of others? I just want us to really,
Yeah.
because sometimes people say the county says, and it turns out it's staff, and the commissioners are thinking something else, or someone will say the city.
Well,
and the council.
And I will say, to your point, even when there's been some overture of willingness on the part of the school board, when they finally did have a meeting and a discussion about it, basically this school attorney came in and gave them like 50 reasons why they shouldn't do this, and it sort of spiraled into a death spiral. So anyway, I don't know if that's changed or not, is all I'm saying. But staff could certainly have that discussion.
I'm not going to oppose staff looking into it, but I guess if you do, I'd like to understand, these other deals that we have where we maintain or we do any work on non-city owned property, and what why we have chosen to do that and what kind of programs, and compare and contrast that to this situation. I've gotten a lot of emails basically saying North Asheville doesn't have any green space. There's no place for children to go. That's not true. That is not true. That is my neighborhood. There is a lot of green space. There may not be playgrounds, but there's a lot of green space. And what I'd also, so if we are going to, do this study or, look at it, I'd like to understand what the demographics of that neighborhood is. Where do you go to park? Who's going to use it? And then compare that to our other playgrounds in the city that have facilities, et cetera. And very importantly for me is, was this park or was a playground ever identified in, an additional playground in North Asheville identified in the city's, in the long-term plan? And then I guess I also just want to say, all we continue to hear is we need to worry about the things we own now. We're not keeping up. Every building we have, every facility we have needs help. And adding new is not a priority of the cities. And that's, although this is a great opportunity. And then one other thing, what I would love to see is a way that we could use these funds, but also figure out a way that the maintenance can be paid for. I mean, I hate to give up the idea of, these private donors being so generous, but do we have any sort of mechanism where the maintenance could also be paid and maybe managed by the city, but, like I don't know, there used to be like a Parks and Recreation, I'm not coming up with the word for it, but a foundation kind of, that could hold it and could pay for projects like this. And I don't know whatever happened to that foundation, but if we could give these generous donors that kind of an opportunity, I think that could end up being a win-win.
So is it? Yep.
Well, as far as a process path, I think in this situation, we have neighbors who've already come up with a funding source, right? And they've identified some solutions. But while we're working this out, I have two examples that I'm familiar with. One is a sculpture garden and one was a community garden that have over the years asked about a similar process and ran into brick walls. And so this was opportunities for nonprofits, for public space, for placemaking. So while we're doing this process, can we just outline what those steps are? Because we have neighborhood resiliency scores from the Climate Justice Initiative. If we're addressing those along with our food deserts, like there's a lot of solutions that we could get to if we came up with a path instead of a wall to get to some of our goals. And I would just plead to the neighbors who are pushing so hard for this to help us outline that process too, to join in with other neighborhood groups that have similar needs to advocate with them as well.
And no, I'm sorry. And as far as the renaming issue goes, apparently I have a mutual acquaintance with the Pickens family, so I have a contact information for you. And this family member at least expressed an interest in renaming. And I'm just curious, this is just a legal question. For some reason, when I saw this perpetual lease, I thought about rule against perpetuities, and I'm like, this probably doesn't apply here, because how favorably do courts look upon perpetual leases in North Carolina, and is it possible to quit claim or just take over the deed? And in the conversation that I had in the coffee shop, the school system employee mentioned the possibility of, in the interim, allowing other children to use the playground that's already there. So can you look into that too?
So these are, you don't have to answer all this right now. This is just adding to the assignment. That's what I'm hearing. Yes. Yeah, because it's also.
We can address all those things, and I'd be more than happy to do a late night seminar on the rule against perpetuities at any point.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Let me tell you, that's the highlight of all law students' experience. Okay. Okay, so we just sort of informally nodded our heads to please advance this to a staff level to evaluate the proposal. And we'll bring it back to council for information. So we don't need to take public comment on that tonight. I appreciate anyone who showed up for the Jones Park. Stay tuned. There will be more on that. Okay. And that's the picture of what it looked like before it got torn down. Okay, so that concludes our printed agenda, but we do have a number of folks signed up to speak. We do have a closed session, as I mentioned, that is estimated to take between 30 minutes to an hour. And we have a really cold dinner in another room in this building, but I don't know where it is. So I'm gonna work through the public comment. Again, you'll have 3 minutes to speak, and Maggie will keep the time. The first person signed up to speak is Grace Barron Martinez.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to start by naming there are many folks that couldn't attend this meeting, which continues to be deeply inaccessible, particularly for working people and in the face of an ongoing global pandemic. And we should all be allowed to participate remotely, as Councilwoman Smith is permitted to do tonight. I also really appreciated the Emma community brought a translator, but that should be automatically provided and included in the YouTube stream, along with closed captioning for folks with different hearing abilities. Tomorrow is the 2-year anniversary of George Floyd's state-sponsored murder. And a week from today will be 2 years since your police force gassed peaceful protesters on a Sunday afternoon, including children who were standing up to demand that we move away from policing, which is as violent as it is ineffective in solving the root causes of our community's problems. You are gaslighting us by continuing to say that you are reimagining public safety. The only reimagining you're doing is ways to uphold the same system that blinded one protester and fractured a skull of another in the summer of 2020. The same system that hired Cole Pro Media to create a PR response to a critical incident video of police destroying a medic tent and stabbing water bottles. The same system that allows Mayor Mannheimer to sob her crocodile tears when she's not sorry it happened or that she called in the military on her own citizens. She's just sorry anyone is trying to hold her accountable. The system that allows cops to make it illegal to sleep in our city when there is no place left to go. The one that targets mutual aid groups who want to create networks of care in our community despite endless oppression. The same system that allowed 7 human beings to die in our overflowing jail where your police lock people up. The same system that allowed Johnny Rush to be beaten in our city streets, and the same one that allowed his cop attacker to get off with restorative justice, which only seems to be available to folks who have lives that we call blue. The same system that killed Jerry Williams with a child in the car. The system that killed Reynolds star football player AJ Marion when he was shot in the head running away from police. One feature of this system is that it so often pretends to make changes, but often does the same things by a different name, as we have reimagined slavery into mass incarceration. So I am here to reject your unimagined reimagining. This city is run by police, and even you are afraid of them. I've watched you sit here and get yelled at by people who tell you you've defunded the police and ruined our city, while not a single cent has been taken out of their budget, and you've just added $1.6 million more, along with your increasingly brutal strategies that uphold the growing economic inequality in our town.
Thank you. Thank you. The next person.
This is your responsibility to fix this, and you are doing nothing. Do better.
The next person signed up to speak is Kim Hughes. Sorry.
My name is Kim Hughes. I work for a nonprofit here in Asheville. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for all your work. Budgets are an x-ray of a government's priorities. The city of Asheville has chosen to spend a lot of money on criminalizing mutual aid volunteers who fed and made an art fair for the homeless in December. The city of Asheville has charged 16 mutual aid volunteers with felonies and banned them all from city parks for 3 years before being convicted of anything. The Aston Park defendant's website estimates that the city has already, based on published salaries, spent tens of thousands of dollars to pursue people for reported alleged damages of under $3,000. The city has spent on appeals for the park bans alone, which have all been denied, about $3,000 just for that. What if the city stopped criminalizing mutual aid volunteers and devoted a fraction of what they've spent so far to create sanctuary camping for the homeless? It is being done in Austin, Denver, Eugene, and Missoula. Why can't Asheville even examine these models and consider them? And why is Asheville criminalizing the houseless at all? In 2021, there were at least 26 police sweeps of homeless camps, including the coldest night of the year. Recently, the city unsuccessfully tried to make bans on how often people could feed the homeless in city parks. They backed down because the public spoke against it. This all seems cruel and unnecessary and seems to reflect really strange values for a supposedly liberal and loving city. It's a bad look for a tourist city. In summary, Asheville should stop spending money on criminalizing those who care about houseless, on criminalizing the houseless. They should drop the felony charges and drop the park bans and institute sanctuary camping. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person signed up to speak is David Kelly.
Pickleball must include stamina.
It's because you get so much exercise.
Well, I'm exhausted. I'm sure that you are all too. Mayor, council members, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is David Kelly, and as you've kind of guessed, I'm here to advocate for pickleball. About 7 years ago, while at the downtown YMCA, I wandered into the old gym and found pickleball. Since then, I play, organize, compete, and I've even been known to instruct a little bit. I used to pretty much know everyone who played back then. Now, I know very few that play. It just speaks to the growth of the game. The weekend before last, I was in Hickory for a small competitive tournament put on by their Parks and Rec department. There was a cash prize, so it brought players from the Charlotte area, but their largest contingency was from Buncombe County. The tournament signaled the opening of 6 new pickleball courts, repurposed from 2 former tennis courts. The town has a total of 13 dedicated courts. The oldest were built 5 or 6 years ago and are being resurfaced as well. Not knowing much about Hickory, I did a little research into the demographics and statistics. The population is 43,000. The demographics breaks down 70% white, 12% African-American Black, 12% Hispanic. The median income is considerably lower than Asheville. Upon leaving Hickory, drove on I-40, past Morganton, population 17,000. It has 2 dedicated pickleball courts with plans to add to that. South of there is Shelby, population 20,000. It has at least 10 courts, which were a public-private arrangement. Closer to home, Weaverville government recently approved plans to build 3 dedicated courts within a park project. Woodside is beginning the process of including courts in its future plans. Haywood County is using some of its American Rescue Plan funds to build an ambitious rec center in Waynesville, and dedicated courts are part of the design. I believe it's 8 courts. My point here is not to diminish Asheville, but because obviously it's a great attraction. I mean, 12 million visitors arrive every year. I merely want to emphasize that this sport to some and game to others will absolutely continue to grow, and currently demand is far outstripping allocated resources. A proper, ambitious, and realistic approach to this shortcoming would not only be well received by many Asheville citizens, but also have the ancillary effect of supporting the
Thank you.
tourism business vital to the area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Elsa Enstrom?
Hello. So today, initially, I was going to say something similar to what Grace said, but instead, as I was listening to the budget, I started writing notes. And so this is what I came up with. I would like to say that it was really great to see a discussion of reparations. That's very important. Thank you for that. And thank you, Kim, for the proposition about the vacancies in public safety and trying to repurpose those, look for better ways to handle that, and look to the community for direction, because that is what we should be doing. You know, I have some questions about this budget. For example, why are we hiring someone to analyze homelessness issues when we really honestly know exactly what needs to be done, and you are just not willing to do it? We need sanctuary camping. We need support for the unhoused people in this area. And we've seen, like Kim mentioned, cities that are doing a great job. So why don't we look at the data and do what we need to do? And it has been proven, I'm moving on to policing, it has been proving that additional training for police, extra training, does nothing. There is institutional racism in all police departments. So this extra training that has been proposed is a waste of money. Another thing, we should be looking at policies. Instead of putting money into policing, we should be looking at policies that will decrease crime, decrease poverty, such as social services, housing, equity, things like that. Harm reduction. That's what we need. Why are we putting rescue plan money towards cops? That's something that I heard. Maybe I heard it incorrectly because there was a lot of stuff, but that's what I heard, and I certainly hope that is not what's happening. Public transit. Why are we putting money towards cops when we could put it towards public transit? There are so many people in poverty that I talk to at my job daily who are unable to bring their animals to the veterinarian because they don't have a way to get there. Who can't work because they don't have a way to get to work. We could bring people to a higher standard of living if we created a better public transit department. And if you're worried about finding money, why don't we take it from all the money we use to attract hotels to this area? We have enough hotels. So I would really hope that you reimagine this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Maggie, wow. Tony Brubaker.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I was a late addition, so I didn't have a chance to produce a song, as I know is, the trend, the growing trend. But I wanted to speak on behalf of the pickleball community. We'd like some dedicated pickleball courts, as David mentioned. There's a lot of people coming in. I'm a new addition to Asheville. I came a year ago, and I knew two families. I never played pickleball before. I started up pickleball, and I got to know all these great people. They're a great community. They're really welcoming. And so I've enjoyed playing it. I also know that, you know, I went and played in a tournament in Charlotte. You know, he played in Hickory. There's a ton of people that come together, right? Come into the community. If we had dedicated pickleball courts, could add to the sales tax revenues. And then, so I'd like to entertain a motion for TBD funding, right? For pickleball courts. So that's it. Thanks.
You could find a nonprofit to partner with you on said ask, June 1st.
The next person signed up to speak is Natalie Gray. Wait, nope, sorry, Natalie's a Jones Park person and so is Jonathan. Oh, we just got to the end of our, oh my God, Maggie. Maybe one day I'll learn how to read these new sign-in sheets. But we have reached the end. Thank you all. Pickleball, you once again have gone the distance. Yeah. Okay. Peggy.
Shall I move us into closed session?
Please read the motion.
I move the City Council go into closed session for the following reasons. 1, to prevent disclosure of information that is privileged and confidential pursuant to the laws of North Carolina or not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the General Statutes. The statutory authorization is contained in North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A1. The law that makes the information privileged and confidential is North Carolina General Statute 143-318.10E. 2, to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses in the city of Asheville, including a list of potential economic development incentives. The statutory authorization is contained in North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A4. And 3, to establish or to instruct the city staff or negotiating agents concerning the position to be taken by or on behalf of the city in negotiating the price and other material terms of a contract or proposed contract for the acquisition of real property by purchase, option, exchange, or lease. The statutory authorization is contained in North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A5.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I'm going to do a roll call vote. Councilwoman Mosley?
Aye.
And Councilwoman Turner?
Aye.
Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Councilwoman Whistler?
Aye.
Councilwoman Kilgore?
Aye.
Councilwoman Roney?
Aye.
Okay, and we will adjourn from the closed session.